Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't give it up, flowing in my veins like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, what do you say? Hey yo, hey yo.
right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. Shout out to Brother Tavis Sanders for our cut, Soul of a Warrior. That's just such the cut. It always puts me in a good mood. All right, so welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and we're back. I have to tell y'all about my escapades last Thursday on why I had to cancel the show. But anyway, we're back. Tonight is May 11th. We have a great show planned for you. I know we were out last week unexpectedly. We're on our 14th episode of the series, Universal Language, Codes, and Symbols. So if this is your first time joining us, I highly encourage you to go back and look at some of the earlier episodes. The purpose of this particular series is a couple folds. If you've never been introduced to the concepts of metaphysics, and also to kind of go deep into what a lot of sacred geometry is and how numbers and these symbols govern the universe and how they work in tandem with energy, because they basically are energy. Okay. All right. So last time we were on the air a couple weeks ago, child, we got into some deep stuff. All of it is deep, but we got into astro travel. We got into the Akashic records. So we're going to pick up where we left off. And tonight I want to get into souls, because we kind of talked about soul contracts last time. So we're going to talk a little bit about souls again, and talk about, Earth's purpose, okay, which is tied to your soul contract, okay, and your soul family and all that jazz. Okay, so before we get started, just sending a shout out to the chat. So shout out to son Scotty. He's at work. All right. So love you, son. I know you're doing your thing. Shout out to sis Thelma. Shout out to sis Sandra in the house. Shout out to Wild Indian Don from BCU. Shout out to Kashiva. Shout out to sis Alicia. Brother Sean's in the house. I think it's Akaya. So forgive me if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Shout out to Capricorn Rising. Shout out to sis Angela. Shout out to Jay Woke. Shout out to brother I'm Born here, my space partner. Good to see you, brother. Shout out to L Steel SW. And then shout out to the YouTube family watching. All right. So I'm fencing to bring on sis. And I'm going to have to tell y'all this story because, child, wait a minute. First, let me hit record because I be the main one with a straight up
Recording
attitude.
in progress.
All right, so let me bring on sis Sandra, and then we'll chop it out. Shout out Engine Gal. Peace and love, sis. Good to see you. All right, so let me bring on sis Sandra, and then we're going to get into it. Okay, peace and love, sis. How are you?
Peace and love, sis Rhonda. I am fine, thank you. And yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. I don't have a headset.
Child, what happened to the headset after you had me doing all that setting up and us getting on the Zoom?
I know it tanked. You kept saying you remember you kept saying you can't hear me.
Yeah. So it gave out. You had just got it though.
I know. I just bought it. The battery started going down.
Oh, okay.
And then when I was going, I could go through the house with it before when it first was in my hands and I was using it. And then I couldn't even go anywhere with it. And
I don't like them headsets because I have some when I go to the regular gym that you put in the ear. My little earlobes are little. I just don't like them. It gets on my nerves. Shout out to my sister Divinity. I was just talking to her before I went on the air, and I was screaming, sis, her in that damn headset. We was just cracking up about them headset. I don't mess with them. I just usually use my speaker because it's just something about me and headsets. We don't get along well at all. I don't care if I spend money on them, if they're cheap. We don't get along, so I don't mess with them like that. So, but I hear you clearly if that makes any difference.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna. Well, I have to sit at my computer all day. I don't really like that.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And then I'm gonna tell you before we get started, my
Mm-hmm.
internet has been
Yeah.
tripping. I think I'm being surveillanced.
Yeah, because you
You
kind
know,
of broke up
because
a
it
little
only
bit when
on.
you said that.
Well, yeah, I saw it. It circled on it too. Yeah,
Okay.
so they keep every 2 minutes. My internet goes out.
Child.
So,
It's
but I
it's
have internet, but it's saying I don't.
okay. Okay, well that's good. That's good. Peace
I
and
guess
love,
they're
Sis
afraid of what I'm.
Sylvia.
They're
Yeah.
kind of afraid of what I'm gonna say
Child.
and
Well,
who I'm
I
listening
know
to.
they didn't gave up on me, I'm sure. Like we so tired of this crazy lady,
Well,
whatever.
it is freedom of speech. Oh no, excuse me. It was freedom of speech. Now you can't say nothing.
Child, I
You
don't
can't
give.
even.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to stay on these people's up in these people's establishment, that's my friend Don from the D. She got me saying establishment. When
But
you
see, I
you
don't
in
be saying
somebody's
anything.
establishment, that's just their rules. Now, do I agree with them? No, it is what it is. So, I
But
take
see,
it for what it is.
but they're preventing me from watching stuff. Not that I'm participating
They
in
don't
it.
give a
They don't.
damn about that. They like, this is my stuff. If I say I don't want you to say XYZ 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, that's what them people mean. So I'm like, you know what? You got a point. So I'm gonna go on and respect you up in your establishment.
Well, I
You
have
know,
no
you got a
respect.
point. That's why I never already I don't make no money on YouTube. I lose money. If
Yeah,
you
but I
think
pay
about
for
it, they don't
mine.
care. They don't care. They do
That's
not care.
that's
Cause,
rental
cause
rights.
I pay for premium because I don't like the commercials. So I pay for YouTube premium. They don't care. I'm a content creator. They don't care. They don't. So I don't make no money no way. So that's why I MF and SB all I want, So it is what it is. So long as
Yeah.
you in somebody's establishment, that's the way it rolls. So I go on and give them their respect and keep it moving. If I don't like it, I need to go strike up my own website and do my own thing. So
Yeah,
I
but
just look at it for what it is. Shoot. So all right,
I guess
say,
I'm
I'm
jaded.
sorry. Yeah,
I guess I'm
girl, I
jaded.
got over it and I thought about it. I said, you know what, Rhonda? This is these people's stuff. That's just the bottom line. If you don't like it, take your scarf and go on somewhere else. I mean, it is what it is. So, that's why like people be trying to tell me what to do and I tell them to go fuck themselves. See, already I'm not getting monetized for this video. Already off the bat. It don't matter anyway. Yeah, that's like people trying to tell me what to do and I tell them to go fuck themselves. Respectfully. I really don't say respectfully. But the point being, I don't want nobody coming over here telling me what to do. So this is YouTube stuff. So it is what it is. So
I do want to mention Helen's Gates and 832. I haven't seen them in a while on here, so I don't know where they went.
well, 832, shout out to 832. I guess he was tired of me with the screaming and I don't give a damn about none of that. And, I don't give a fuck about none of that because, that's my saying. And I be meaning and I still don't give a fuck about none of that. So, that's his right. He ain't got to be
Yeah.
up in here because, I am what I am. And when my nerves get bad, I don't like saying the same shit over and over again. So, he might be frustrated with me and he may have moved on. I respect that. Shit, don't nobody have to do nothing they don't want to. I'm not mirrored to people coming in my show every week. That is their right. If they don't want to be bothered with me, trust me. My
They
feelings
just
are
missed.
hurt.
I just miss them.
Okay, well just say you miss them. Just say that. Say
I do.
Sus miss you
I miss
832. So I hope all is
And
well.
Helen's Gates.
And
Helen's
Oh
Gates.
yeah, I
and-
forgot about So
Yeah.
and people have lives. We have to remember. as a content creator, when I miss people, I miss them because of their presence, but not because I want them to be on, listening to my show. And I may get worried about them if I see regular people that's in here all the time and I don't see them anymore. I'll get worried about them because I even do that on other people's platforms. I'll get worried.
That's what I'm talking about now.
Yeah. But people have lives that I have a very busy life outside of YouTube. These last 2 months, I've been humping. I've been very, very busy. So I understand your life, your family comes first. This is secondary. So I respect people for what they got to do for them. So. All right. So real quick.
Google,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Google's in your
Go ahead, sis.
Google's in your profession. They done lost a couple of dudes. Off of Google.
What
the
you mean?
Content creator, assistant, second in chief. Huh?
Yeah, text.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Sis, can you hear me? Oh, Lord.
Yeah, but you were cutting out too.
No, that's
yes,
your
I
internet.
can.
Okay, that's your internet. Okay. Hold on, sis. Get your audio together. Yeah, because I'm hearing you fine. So
I'm hearing you too.
Okay, so why you keep asking me, am I hearing you?
No, I'm just saying it stalled out for a minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's your internet connection. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good, but they cut me off anyway. I don't know why they do it now.
Okay, so hold on to your thought real quick. All right, fam, I got to tell y'all this because y'all finna crack up. So what had happened was, last Thursday, well, let me back up. My play uncle, he was on my list because he got one of my old cars like 2 cars ago. Like, that was 2021. 2021, he got that car. So, he never did. Just, how some of you men do. You don't take care of your business with getting the plates and all that and the title switched over. I had signed all that stuff over to him. So I didn't snatch the plates back from him. I didn't think about it. And when I get my tags, I always get them like 3 years or whatever the max is. That's what I get on my tags. Because I ain't got time to be running back up to the tag office every couple of years or getting it online. I just don't have time for that. So he had already got 1 ticket on the car. So, of course, because he didn't get the stuff transferred over, I get a summons at my door for a ticket he got. So I went on and paid the first one and told him, run me my ends and drop them plates off. I had forgot about it. I get busy, this, that, and the third. So 2 weeks ago, another knock at the door. And when they were like, is this Rhonda Johnson? I'm like, oh, hell, here we go. I know he didn't got another ticket. Sure enough, he had got another ticket. Now, I'm pissed, right? And I'm like, I'm not paying this. Now I'm going to court. And let me get all this evidence together. This shit shouldn't be in my name. Woo, 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 yeah. So I calls him, cuss him out right on quick. Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to come to court with you. Da, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. So the court date was Thursday. So y'all know when you going up in them courts, you literally, that's your whole day because you don't know when they going to call you. So I had to take the day off from work. But it just so happened that particular last week, I sit on another committee and we had a community event that I was in charge of. So I really had a lot of stuff to do anyway. So it was going to work out anyway, me taking off that day. So I gets up to the court, gets on in there. And I'm like, he better show up. I'm going to stab him. So I had all my evidence in my purse because I wasn't playing with him. Shit. So all my, my insurance company, the DMV, yeah, she ain't renewed these tags, all my evidence on deck. So I walks up and checks in and, with my little name, this, that, and the third. And so I was kind of talking lightly to the lady that was checking me in. And I was like, okay, sweetie, thank you so much. And so I didn't know that the magistrate was sitting right next to the lady, okay? Because, you know, I'm the only Southerner up in there. So I'm, you know, that's just the way I am. That's just how I talk. So I goes and sits down, and I'm waiting. I'm like, he better show up. Okay, I'm not playing with him, this, that, and the third, because it's just the principle of the thing at this matter. You done messed up my day. Damn it, you need to be down here with your day messed up too. So he did show up. So he comes in and sitting on the bench, and we talking and kicking it, you know, talking lightly, cracking up. So I was like the second person that the judge called up there. Okay, so I was ready with my evidence, baby. I had a stack of evidence. I was ready. And he was to my side. And I was just ready because he better had fessed up to it. All I had to do was walk up there. I didn't even open my mouth. She said, oh, yeah, I'm dismissing this case. And I was like, then I give my Southern on. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I truly, truly appreciate it. I truly appreciate it. I appreciate it. She said, yeah, this is just unnecessary. I'm just going to dismiss it. Here go my play, Uncle. Yeah, ain't God good? Oh. Wait. And I cut my eyes at this. No, like, so I'm like, okay, you have a wonderful day. So we walk out the courtroom. I had to wait till we get out. So everybody else sitting in the courtroom, like, pissed. Like, how the fuck she gonna dismiss her case? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm walking out the courtroom. So we get out the door. And then I'm like, okay, let me wait to get around this corner and get out this building and cuss him plumb clean the fuck out again. So we get out. I said, let me tell you one thing. So all of that, sweetie, all that shit was gone. I said, let me tell you one thing. You get a fucking ticket in that car again, you're going to jail. Because I didn't already submitted the, all right. So that's how my day was spent, fam. So I'm sitting there ripping and running for the event that I had to do on Saturday. And then I was talking actually to my girl Divinity, and she was like, sis, you sound tired. I'm like, I am exhausted. And I'm like, I know I got to do the show tonight. Yeah. So I'm on the phone with her, and then all of a sudden I get a text. Rhonda, where's the link to the meeting tonight? I'm like, shit. I'm like, sis, I got another meeting. I'm sorry, I got to let you go. So that's how my day went, y'all. I was literally still on the call for something else I had to do last week. So it was just mad crazy last week. So just glad to be back, glad to get some of that stuff off my plate, although I still have a lot of other stuff on my plate. So NT House. So the moral of the story is, when y'all going up in them courtrooms, have your motherfucking energy right. Okay? Because my play uncle was like, see, I knew you. I said, no, see, you got fucked up energy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay? Because why should I have to come up in there and bring all my good energy to reverse the fucked upness you done set up here and did? So I'm going to tell you something now. I'm disconnecting my shit to you. Because you got bad luck. You got bad juju. And I'm not trying to fuck around with you. Okay? I shouldn't have to use my good energy for your fuck ups. You're not finna attach your name to my name again. So moral of the story, have your energy in check. If you treat people with kindness, more than likely you're going to get what you want out of the deal. So, that was just funny because I be getting over y'all. All I got to do is throw that Southern charm. Okay, sweetie. All right. Okay, honey bunch. I get what the fuck I want.
Hey, do I sound like I talk with a Southern drawl or something?
You do, but you kind of like a mix of Valley Girl and, because I hear a lot of the Valley Girl in you a lot of times, but I hear the Southern drawl. And up here, my Southern accent is so thick to them that I always get over. They're like, you from the South, aren't you? I'm like, I sure am. They be cracking up.
They always ask me what country I'm from.
I could say, because I hear it in you, but I hear that California kind of Valley girlish also.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
but it's you do have a southern style to you. I agree.
Yeah. So, baby, I know how to turn on my southern to get what the fuck I want. Like, yeah, okay, sweetie. My mom hit that shit bad. Like, you remember when your mom had to go up to the school or talk to somebody,
They get real proper.
Zip, don't she? You be acting like my mom a motherfucking PhD, baby. She be in there. I understand. Yes, I
Of course.
see. Of course,
Yes.
of course. Unfortunately, yes, I agree. Then as soon as we walking out that school, it's a slow death, baby, to that car. Cause she waits soon as we get out that door and out of the reach of them folks. Get your motherfucking ass in there. All that shit go out the window. So I got it honest for sure. So, all right. So anyhow, all right, sis Sandra, go ahead. Hey, shout out sis Tracy Bear. All right, what you got?
Oh. There's a lot going on,
Of
Um,
course.
the borders are going to be wide open after midnight tonight.
Okay, the girl, go on and talk about that. Biden
Eastern
now asked. Now, what happened, girl? I heard it come across the news feed, but I didn't get into it.
That 42, the Article 42 is about to expire. But he opened the border for many nefarious purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And human trafficking is one of the biggest things they're having at the border.
Supposedly and allegedly.
YouTube,
the views expressed up on this program ain't necessarily Rhonda's opinion, okay?
Yeah, their opinions.
So that's allegedly and supposedly YouTube continue.
But this is a big supposedly allegedly. There's 85,000 children missing.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what? So these people front with children, they say, allegedly, they front with children coming here, and then the children disappear.
Can you just get back to, okay, let's get off of that. Get to what specifically is Biden doing regarding the borders.
Well, he's leaving them open. He sent 1,500 reservists there to facilitate it.
Facilitate what? To let people come across?
Yes, ma'am.
Where they coming across at? Because I know Texas ain't having that.
Well, they put some dirt diggers out there to clean a path, so they use that path down in Texas. They're in Brownsville.
Ain't finna have that. I'm telling you now. Texas is not finna have that. The governor is going to show his ass once again. Because remember, that was the governor that politely bust them all up. Yeah, put them on them buses and sent them right on to Mala's house.
Well, he better get out there with
he's not going to have
bombs.
that. He's not going to have that.
And El Paso.
And see,
they have come across
you breaking up. You breaking up. Yeah, not Greg Abbott. He ain't finna have that. So Abbott, you baby, I would bust him right on the Biden's crib. That's what I would do. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
They're sitting in El Paso already on the street. Tons of them. And the charity, Catholic Charities is behind it as well. And, a lot of people making zillions of dollars behind this kind of stuff.
What you say, engine Greg Abbott mad as fuck? Yeah, he don't play that. This finna be interesting. So what was Biden's justification for doing that, or did he give any justification?
I heard long time ago when he first got in office, when they started talking about immigration, that he's going to give it back to the original people.
Let's say blink, 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 blink. He say what now?
He's gonna give it back to the original people that was here before.
So that means he's leaving. I'm just trying to understand. No, I'm confused. I'm confused. So that means he packing up his shit, him and his peeps, and leaving.
Well, that's not gonna work like that because those people that's coming is taking over middle class jobs. They're not gonna take over his job.
Don't matter. That's not the point I'm trying to
So he
make.
ain't leaving.
Since he's trying to quote give something back to the original people, that means him and his people need to pack their shit and leave.
Yeah.
See,
that's exactly
what I don't have to give is with the foolery. Because what you're not going to do is sit up in my face and play. Because that's all I'm going to say. Okay, so you're saying that you're giving it back to the original people. So that means you packing up your bags, you and the rest of your crew win expeditiously. That's what you need to be doing.
That's true.
I don't have time for the shits and the giggles with these same lame ass arguments. I'm not going to play the immigration arguments with folks.
No, I mean, these people, I heard that some of them say they're Jews.
I don't care if they're aliens. I don't give a fuck if it's inky, binky, linkies, them, great grandbabies. I don't give a damn about none of that. Again, when are they packing up their stuff? Since you want to tell the quote original people they can come back, that means you got to go. Because you're not original. But see, let people get away with this fuck shit. I'm not finna argue with nobody about who's the original. I'm not finna argue with nobody about my heritage. None of that. I'm not doing it.
Well, they forgot.
Uh-oh.
They forgot President Johnson. So they have a different history lesson. I mean, and I've heard it many times. Their history lesson is really not what we know. I don't know who taught them their schooling, but it's not what we know. So, but that's what he's doing, and millions are coming across. 5 million already came across. They say that they counted. And they've missed probably, the gotaways is more than that. And Trump estimates it's going to be about 15 million people by the time it's said and done.
Yeah, and shout out to Sis Nonia. She said they want to tank the dollar and the economy. Yeah, and now this is interesting because only move I see them doing, because at first I was thinking jobs. But based on how they're trying to accelerate AI,
a
lot of people finna be out of jobs anyway, including this whole immigrant population, unless you're into like medical shit. I can't even really say tech because tech is even getting tricky. But medical is one. Shit, it'll come to me, fam. Robotics, AI, stuff like that. A lot of the other jobs, they're up for grabs.
Well, I was just about to say before I started on that a couple of Google CEOs, have been found dead. So I'm like, what's that all about?
Yeah, because the tech industry, like the Googles, I know Google laid off, Microsoft laid off, Twitter them. Yeah, Elon went through and really slashed, but supposedly Twitter wasn't making money for a while.
It's still losing.
Yeah, so the tech industry off the bat were the first ones out the gate with the layoffs. So that's huge within itself. Amazon is starting to lay off.
Oh yeah, Amazon too. Lots of them.
Yeah, Amazon is laying off. Retail is getting decimated. A lot of stuff is closing down. They're speeding up automation for checkout and all of that jazz. So the point I was trying to make, even with them bringing over immigrants, I don't know how these people are going to work.
Where they go to work?
Exactly. I don't know how they're going to work because, unless they go into housekeeping, maybe working in the fields, picking and planting and all of that. Now, this the kind of messed up stuff about it, but some of the what we used to call blue collar jobs, like construction. I know a lot of Hispanics took over construction, so that was a huge blow to blue collar workers. White men and black men. That was a huge blow to them. But there's not going to be as many jobs for these immigrants. So the only reason I can see them letting a bunch of immigrants in, it's because of the voting.
And voting, and they're going to save money on them. They're trying to save money in what they let them do, because they say this is the greatest slavery move in many years. I'm talking about politicians are saying this, because all these people coming in is going to have dirt cheap wages, if they get wages at all. You're not supposed to own anything, and they're asking us to share our houses with them.
Baby, who share what, when, and how now?
They want us to share our houses with them. They want us, if we have empty rooms, to let them rent those rooms or let them have them.
Let me tell you something. I don't give a damn about none of that. None of that, what they talking. I don't want to be bothered, okay?
I know that's right.
Shit. My nerves get bad. You're not finna tell me nothing.
Well, that's how communist China is. They moved them people out of their homes and put several people in there, and they were charging them like $1,200 a month for an 8x10 room. And I saw some of the buildings they had made, and all the little teensy rooms that people had. That's how those people got burned up, because they put them in tenement type buildings.
Right, I understand all that, but what that got to do with somebody knocking on this front door, talking about some Rhonda, you need to let Jorge and them rent out. You got 2 extra rooms. I know you got an office, and if you don't get off my damn porch, I'm gonna catch a case. That's what you finna do. Ain't nobody finna tell me nothing. That's just the bottom line. I don't even want people in my house visiting me. What the fuck you want to come over here for? Shit. My energy is my energy. And so they not finna tell me none of that. I don't give a damn about none of what they talking about. Because they can't make me do what I don't want to do. If you come up in here with force and do it, that's against my consent. So I don't care about none of that. I don't care.
Yeah.
I whoever is selling these wolf tickets on what they're going to do, you can go sell it to somebody else. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about none of that. So next.
Well, I'm going to tell you something that may make you really, really, really mad. Speaking of the children, 85,000. The UN is drafting some kind of whatever they do, decision that they're gonna make pedophilia.
No, you're gonna get up off of that. I done just stopped you on the first one, so you're gonna get up off of that. Next topic.
Oh, okay. All right. So the man in the House is in the Senate right now, and they are finding tens of millions millions of dollars that they are getting for pay to play.
Who? I'm sorry, say that again, sis.
You don't want me to say no names. If I tell you the truth.
It's not that I don't want you to say no names. You cannot say the messing with children topics in these people's establishment.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
But you're talking about catching the case. This is the immigration stuff, is the issues here, and the children. What I'm talking about. So, what's I saying?
I don't know.
So the man in the White House,
Biden. Okay, continue.
is about to catch a case if they can get the documents from the FBzers that don't want to give the documents but they admit they have it, because they done found out that he's been getting money from different nations
Mm-hmm.
to alter policies.
Mm.
So, in other words, it's like treason.
Yeah.
And so they had a conference yesterday and today. They repeated it today, where the senators are there with ethics committee or whatever it was, to talk about all the stuff they had found. They have receipts. You would love
Mm-hmm.
that. They have banking receipts,
Oh, wow.
and yeah, and they're talking about all when he started. From what they can discern,
Mm-hmm.
is when he was vice president. So he's been doing this for many, many, many years,
Mm-hmm.
and the CCP was when I saw a clip of the inauguration, one was standing behind it, and so I said, "Oops, I know what you're doing." Back even in that day, so they have all the receipts from the banks, and they asked the FBI'zers to send the document called the let's see, FD1024,
Mm-hmm.
and the FBI told them to suck eggs.
So you're
Serious.
saying the FBI didn't want to be bothered with the proof, with the
They
receipts?
said they're not going to give it to them. See, the FBI has the proof from a whistleblower, and the
Mm.
whistleblower went to the Senate about it, or the reps, and they told them they had done it already. I think in 2018. I think that's what it was, and the FBI just tabled it in the drawer, I guess.
Mm.
And before the vote went down, they had all this stuff,
Mm.
and they didn't want him to lose, old biting boy. So they want that FD1024, and they told him no. Now I'm going to take off a little bit off of that and go back to under Obama. Didn't somebody buy millions of bullets in the government?
Mm-hmm.
And I've always wondered what the millions of bullets were for. And it looks like we may have one of them standoffs, coming up.
This is the way I feel about that, because I'm starting to scratch.
I'm already
My
scratching.
nerves is getting bad.
Mine been
Yeah,
bad
I'm
all
scratching
week.
because my nerves bad or I'm sleepy. Shit,
Probably
sometimes it's
both.
both at the same time. And I'm not sleepy. I'll be sleepy in a couple hours. Shit. But the point being, my nerves is bad. I don't give a fuck about none of that. They've been selling wolf tickets, and in these people's defense, that
Uh-huh.
stuff like that, I'm pausing to get my thoughts together. Stuff like what they gonna do, the coffins, the bullets, the this, that, and the third, the 4, 5, and 6. They gonna chase you down in the streets and, jab you with the jab. All of that rhetoric gives, quote, quote, the conspiracy theorists a bad name. They lump everybody under the same category. How many times have we been hearing these said communities talk about the lined up coffins, the millions of bullets, and they gonna use it to do XYZ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? How many years are people gonna keep running around, keep spewing that rhetoric? And my thing is, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Let's say that all of it is true. What are you going to do about it? I'll wait as I sip on my water. Exactly. What you did about it when you first put them rumors out 10 fucking years ago. I'm not interested.
No, they're not. I'm not getting those rumors from anybody. I'm just wondering. I thought if I remembered that because, you know, if this country now is about to fight each other over the fact they want to keep indiscretions away from the public, you know, because the media is paid, and some of them have out of the country payments coming in. Other countries are paying the news media. If you look at the news media, is who's paying. If you Google it, you'll find
We
it.
know all of that. What do that have
So
to do with the bullets and all of that? Because so far I'm still not giving a damn about none of that. We know that information.
what I'm just saying, they're trying to take their country back, and
Who
I don't
is
know
the
how.
they? You see, scratch, blink, blink,
Okay,
75 times,
the
scratch
Republicans are trying.
again, blink, blink.
Wait a minute, Republicans are trying to take their country back.
I don't give a damn about none of that.
Well, I'm just saying the escalation of facts. That's all I'm trying to do.
What facts? It's talk. It's talk. And I'm not
Well,
even a street person.
I wouldn't,
but I've been around enough
I
street
wouldn't
people.
even
Don't nobody care about
They
you
didn't mention
running your
any
mouth.
bullets.
Argue about that action. I don't give a damn about that.
No, I didn't. They didn't say nothing about bullets. That's my idea. I remember that, but there is escalating because they're doing warfare.
Again,
they're doing political
what
warfare.
are they going to do about it?
No, that's a good question. Everybody asked it.
Not a goddamn thing.
So this country they say is going to take if they don't do something about it.
Again, not a goddamn thing. Let me sip my water. And I don't give a damn about none of that.
Well, it's just like the budget. If you keep spending like a fool, you're not going to have any money.
I don't care about none of that either. Because they do that every year. Well, what's different about that?
They do. Wasteful spending.
I don't spend my energy on the same shit over and 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 over again. I don't care.
You're in there with probably millions of people knowing what they done told them and said they ain't gonna do nothing about it. That's what people are saying too. They're not gonna do anything about it. They're not doing anything about it. You think they're gonna go to jail? Nope. That's what people are responding to all of this stuff because the corruption is so deep. That's what I'm saying.
We know all of that.
No.
I mean, literally, we know that. So I don't care what the Patriots say. I don't care what the Republicans say. I don't care what the Democrats say. I don't care what, quote, quote, white people are saying. I don't care what, quote, quote, black people are saying. I don't give a damn about none of that. Either they're going to do something about it or they're not. And I know people get frustrated with me when I be like, I don't care about none of that. Don't come on my show talking about this same shit. Because my nerves get bad. I don't like talking about the same shit over and over and over again, and you have no solutions. I just don't. That's just me. That's just how I'm built. You only got so much to whine to me about before I tell you I don't want to hear that. You don't want to change nothing. You just want to whine. That's just like people have made a living on trauma. It's trauma bonding. And I don't fucking trauma bond. I don't do it in my content. I don't do it in my personal life. It serves me no purpose. If there's a problem, I'm going to try to solve it. If I can't solve it, and if I need to walk away from it, I walk away from it. But what I don't do, what Rhonda don't do, is whine. I'm not going to keep whining about the same thing over and over again. I'm not going to beg people to treat me a certain way over and fucking motherfucking over again. I don't trauma bond. That's trauma bonding. It's old. It's low vibrational. Bring me something that you are doing to change it. Change your environment. Bring me something from the future. I don't want to hear about this fucked up trauma bonding stuff. I don't. All right, I'm done. Shit.
Well, I tell you what, you would make a good spokesperson.
No, they don't like me because they stay in my comments. Well, why are you against reparation? Get the fuck out my comments.
There's no reparations.
Listen.
And you already said it. I know you already
Linda,
said it.
Listen, Linda. No. Let me make myself crystal motherfucking clear on the topic.
Yes.
Baby, I don't care what you do with reparations. That's your business. I'm telling you what Rhonda M. Johnson is going to do. You don't need Rhonda M. Johnson's approval to go get your shit. Go get your shit. Because see, what people want to do is lump you in a group to help advocate for what the fuck they want.
Yeah.
See, I'm willing to stand up on my own. That's why I tell y'all I don't fucking follow people. I don't. Because whatever I want, I'm woman enough to stand on my own shit and go get it. I don't need another motherfucker to go get it from me. So don't come to me with this bullshit on what I better do. Because what I'm going to tell you are we family? No, we not. Are we sleeping together? Because I don't recall us. Oh, no, we not. Okay, well, you ain't my babies. You ain't children of mine. None of that. You ain't nieces, nephew, none. So I don't have to do a motherfucking thing. People need to take ownership for their own destiny, their own direction. Go get your shit. Because if you ain't woman enough, you ain't man enough to go get it, then you don't fucking deserve it. So that's how I feel about reparation. Go do you. And any other fucking topic you want to do. Don't fucking involve me. I said what I said, and I mean what the fuck I say, and I stand on what I say and do. Any questions?
Yeah, you're right.
Next topic.
I don't think I have any. It's just all bad from their perspective. And, they said they have about 18 months, and they gave a time limit. So, and the dollar is crashing. They're devaluing that, and just a lot of junk. I mean, they're classic textbook history. If they haven't learned their history, they're bound to repeat it. And most empires fell after a period of time, especially when they start getting lawless. So, when doing crazy things.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so next topic. Okay, y'all. So Bridgerton is back, although I haven't watched it since, our dude, the Duke, went up off of it. The other seasons, I'm like, oh, whatever. But now they got Queen Charlotte on the case. Hey, Queen Charlotte.
Yes.
Hey. So I started watching it this weekend. And I keep falling asleep on it and have to restart it over. Not that it's boring, y'all. When I settle down, I'll be so fucking exhausted that I wind up going to sleep. So, I'm minds in my business, and I'll get into pulling up a little information about Queen Charlotte and King George in a second.
She's
So
been in the news a lot.
yeah, it's because of the series. It's because of the
Oh.
Bridgerton. Because Chandra Rhimes is the one doing this particular one, and it's really, really good. And the lady that they have playing the young Queen Charlotte, she's so adorable, y'all. And her little hairstyle sisters be on point. Now I don't like that tall shit that truly look like the wigs. I don't like that, but they had her in like this fro with the two little braids, y'all. It is so, I'm like, oh my God, that is so pretty. But anyway, the lady that's playing her is just simply adorable. So I'm sitting here watching this, and they all of a sudden it was a scene where her girl, and I forget her name, Lady, I think it's Lady Dandry, her girl, threw a little ball with her raglass husband. I am gonna do spoiler alerts. I'm gonna try my best not to do all spoiler alerts. Okay, so I ain't gonna go into it all. But so anyway, her girl threw a little party, and so it was a big deal for the queen and the king to show up at her party. So they came to the little party, this, that, and the third. And so you know how back in that particular European time, they be doing them waltzes, you know, kind of like it ain't nothing but the black people line dancing today. I'm just fencing to be honest with you, but nonetheless.
And circling instead.
Yeah, so they were doing all of that. And so, y'all, why it started, y'all, I heard the first couple of keys to the song. The little piano intro was like, ding, 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 ding. I was like, what? Wait, that's Alicia Keys? Oh, hell no, oh, hell no. It was so dope, y'all. So that song by Alicia Keys, which is my favorite song by her, If I Ain't Got You, Baby, and that's probably not the title of it, but nonetheless, Alicia Keys had totally rearranged that song to be instrumental only, and they used that song in the movie for the waltz dance, and it was so dope. I thought that was so dope. So I'm like singing the song, and they like dancing. I'm like, nothing at all. So I thought that was dope, really, really dope. So a couple things I caught in the series. Number one, Queen Charlotte, and let me bring up, do I still have that picture? Yep, here's the picture of Queen Charlotte. I got a couple of her. Let me bring it up for y'all to see. But in one of the scenes, Queen Charlotte was sitting for a photo back then painting, all right? She was sitting for a painting. And because the only thing, of course, you know, they gotta have a hijack. They making it like Queen Charlotte was okay, that's two pictures of her. So that's the original. Okay. They was making it seem like Queen Charlotte was quote quote melanated / black woman marrying into a white monarchy. Okay. When it's really all of them were black, including King George. But you know how they do the hijack, so you know we're just gonna go with the hijack story. So she was sitting for a painting, and her mother-in-law, mama-in-law, was sitting there too. And so the guy turned around, the painting guy turned the photo around, and was like, when is the king gonna come and sit for his photo, his painting, brother, whatever he said. Shit, I can't remember. So she saw how the man had painted her so far. And she was like, I need you to darken my skin. And I said, come on now with it, Chandra, or writers on Bridgerton. I caught that. Thank you, beloved, for admitting how they whitewashed these paintings. I appreciate it. And so the mammy-in-law was like, no, make it whiter. So I thought that was way cool how they kind of threw in that dig of y'all basically whitewashed these royals. These paintings that you see have been either whitewashed, and we've caught them before because we've seen where they, lightened up the paintings, and then you look at the fingers and they couldn't get in between like the grooves of the fingers, and you can see the darker hue or whatever. So I truly, truly appreciated them being honest about that. So I'm pulling up a picture of Queen Charlotte right here, and then I have another one, fam. So hold on. God damn it, I'm tired of this PDF thing. So hold on, fam. Let me bring up the other one. Cause remember, they keep saying that her old man, George, was white. Okay. So let me bring up the other painting. Yeah, that son Scotty, they did that Alicia Keys song. It was dope. It was real, because that's like my favorite song by her. And if you have not checked out the lyrics of that song, I highly, highly encourage you to. It's a very, very beautiful song. And of course, I had to look it up to see, did Alicia Keys write that? Because I want her to get her money on. And she wrote it and everything. I was like, go on, Leisha, girl, come on through, mama, get your coins. Yeah, it was a beautiful, beautiful arrangement. And I might just watch that episode again just to hear that little arrangement, because that was real, real dope. Okay, so hopefully, let me see. Hopefully, yep, it's coming up for y'all. So this is Queen Charlotte again with George, her other son, George, which they called the black boy. So help me to understand. Can y'all see how light they made her look on this?
Yeah. Well, that coronation is the purpose they did all this, you see, to wash us out.
Yeah, but that wasn't then. The whitewashing came later, once the white monarchy, who they are saying are the original bloodline, once that came into play, they went back and hid a lot of that artwork, or whitewashed it, or repainted it. That's why you have to go to like the British Museum. The Smithsonian got a lot of shit. And other archives that aren't typically viewed by the public. You can get to that stuff, because I've been dropping Black Europeans on my community wall going on for like 2 months now. And that's based on photos that I have found over the years. That's years worth of shit that I've had. So it's out there. You just have to go research at these different places where it's not publicly known. So my point being is, now, again, this is a picture of Queen Charlotte. So she was light-skinned. This is a picture of her son, Charles the Black Boy. So how a light-skinned woman and a supposedly an alleged white man create a child this dark? I'll wait. I'll sip on that. I'll wait. Because he should be looking what they call mulatto. Okay? And literally he was called the Black Boy. That was his nickname. Okay? Now, we do know in melanated families, because, I'm one of them, you got light-skinned people and dark-skinned people that be brother and sister. I'm one example of that within our family, okay? Throughout my whole family on both sides, It's a mixture of us, light, dark, dark, whatever the case may be. That's because from the two black parents, you know, you got some of the light-skinned in there, and then you got some of the dark-skinned. So that child may come out either way, especially when you have one parent that's light-skinned and one parent that's dark-skinned. But I don't know of no light-skinned woman and no white man having a dark child like this called Black Boy. Okay? So just as a reminder, this is like one of the official photos of Queen Charlotte. Okay? So shout out to Bridgerton for that. You know, I'm really enjoying it. Now, the other thing that I found interesting in the series, they talk about King George and his mental illness. And I've read that several times, but what I read was that he developed the mental illness later in his life, later in his rulership. Now, according to Bridgerton, and I don't know, they could be doing this for this television series purpose. They were showing where King George always had mental illness. Now, I don't know what type of mental illness. It could have been manic depression, what we call manic depression. You know, now I don't know specifically what it was. But I found that really, really interesting, them bringing that so early in the show, and how early on Queen Charlotte found out that her husband had this mental illness. And it starts to really, really get sad to see what he went through. Woo. It was what he's going through, rather. It's really tear-jerking moments. But then I got to thinking, I'm like, wait a minute. If this man had this mental illness and stuff, how did, let me bring up his stuff. Because, you know, that particular George, now why is they making me do all of this? Okay, and I'm going to bring up, hold on, fam. Let me bring this up again. How was he setting up all these colonies in America and writing charters? Because, you know, Charlotte is named after Charlotte, North Carolina, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Something ain't right. So either he was always mentally ill, dealt with mental illness, and his advisors ran it. So meaning made those decisions to set up the colonies, this, that, and the third. Or maybe he was doing all that before he not supposed that he got ill. Okay. So as you can see, I'm on the Royal UK site, and this is how they depict George III. Okay. So you help me explain how this supposed white man and a light-skinned black woman have a baby that they call the black boy George. What, you know what, whatever. We know it's a bunch of bull crap. Okay, so you know, it's saying who his father and all of that jazz is, his parents. What I'm trying to get to is George III is widely remembered for two things: losing the American colonies and going mad. This is far from the whole truth. George's direct responsibility for the loss of the colonies is not great. He opposed their bid for independence to the end, but he did not develop the policies such as the Stamp Act of 1765 and the Townshend duties of 1767 on the tea, paper, and other products, which led to the war, the 1775 and 1776, and which had the support of Parliament. Okay. These policies were largely due to the financial burdens of garrisoning and administering the vast expansion of territory brought under the British Crown in America, the cost of a series of wars with France and Spain in North America, and the loans given to the East Indian Company, responsible for administering India. Okay. By the 1770s, and at a time when there was no income tax, the national debt required an annual revenue of $4 million to service it. The Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776, the end of the war with the surrender by the British in 1782, and the default which the loss of the Americans' colonies represented could have threatened the Hanoverian throne, because that's who his line came through. All right. So, however, George's strong defense of what he saw as the national interest and the prospect of long war with revolutionary France made him, if anything, more popular than before. The American
Hanovers are the German.
I'm sorry,
aren't
go
they?
ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I said the Hanovers are German, aren't they?
All right.
That's the German side.
Yeah, probably so. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me. But, okay. The American War, its political aftermath and family anxieties placed great strain on George in the 1718 after serious bouts of illness in 1788 and 89 and again in 1801. George became permanently deranged in 1810.
Dementia.
Okay, so they giving, I don't know, have you heard of this disorder, sis? Porphyria? Porphyria. That's what they're saying he had. He was mentally unfit to rule in the last decade of his reign. His older son, the black boy, right? The other George, acted as the prince regent from 1811. Some medical historians have said that George III's mental instability was caused by a hereditary physical disorder. And that's that porphyria. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
It.
So if it's hereditary, that means he had it all his life. So that makes sense why in Bridgerton they're showing him battling with mental illness all his life. But they're saying in the official records that he, went complete. He couldn't completely function. In the last, what they said, decade of his life. Okay, just let me know when you have it, sis. In 17.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think I see it.
Okay.
It's kind of light. Hyporia. I'll look it up.
Okay. All right. Just let me know. I'm going to keep going. In 1760, it was decided that the whole cost of the civil list should be provided by Parliament in return for the surrender of the hereditary revenues by the king for the duration of his reign. The first 25 years of George's reign were politically controversial for reasons other than the conflict with America. The king was accused by some critics, particularly Whigs. Okay, and I remember, I forgot what particular drop I was doing, but I ran across that this Whig party was made up of a bunch of black folks. Okay, because all of these people are really black, but nonetheless, I thought that was interesting. Particularly the Whigs, a leading political grouping of attempting to reassert royal authority in an unconstitutional manner. In fact, George took a conventional view of the Constitution and the powers left to the crown after the conflicts between crown and parliament in the 17th century. Although,
That's
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
that's a blood disorder.
Oh, is it? Well, girl, that
Yeah,
that ain't mental illness, or am I off?
yeah. That's what they have up there as far as I can see it.
Okay,
And
in your
that's
medical book. So, so am I correct in saying that is not a mental illness?
you're right. It's not.
So
It's
they
not. It's a
lying then.
yeah.
That ain't what the
It's
man had. He probably had the little blood disease, but that don't have nothing to do with the mental illness. Now
they
that's
said it.
interesting.
Yeah, it says it mimics gastrointestinal, gynecological, and neurological or neuropsychiatric
Oh, so
issue.
neurological could be it, right?
Nerves are the nerves. So
Hmm.
build up of certain.
Uh-oh. Sis, you went out.
It may be gout. Who knows?
Child, ain't
It,
gout from eating a bunch of liver
and
sausages.
meat,
Oh,
proteins,
is
a lot
it
of meat,
a lot of
proteins.
meat and protein? Okay. But
Hmm.
that has nothing to do with mental illness though, right?
No, but
Okay.
you have to look
So
at
they
the
lying.
source.
True. Well, I mean, I'm not this coming off of the royal.uk.
Well, it says it affects those organs. It's not. I don't
Hmm.
know. I'm looking at it here. I Googled it, and it's just a red blood cell issue.
Yeah. So they lying. He might have had what we're calling either schizophrenic or manic.
Dementia.
Oh, it could have been dementia if it
Mm-hmm.
was the last 10 years of his life. It could have been dementia. But dementia, you don't go
It's on the
mad.
liver.
You just forget stuff.
Sometimes you do.
Oh, I
Sometimes
didn't
you
know that.
do.
I thought it
I
was
had.
all about
Oh yeah.
forgetting stuff.
No, dementia. Sometimes they get violence because I had a patient that was a major,
Uh-huh.
and he had dementia,
Mm-hmm.
and he was a little over the top, and I was really so shocked, and it hurt me so bad because he was such an.
Uh-oh, you're going in and out. Sis, you're going in and out. Okay, so I'm going to continue. Although he was careful not to exceed his powers,
It
George,
for
I'm sorry,
yeah.
you went out. We didn't hear nothing you said.
No, it's of the liver,
Oh,
and
okay.
it's really the blood cells, the red blood cells, and I think it's just a disorder of how they some of these tumors affect your organs too. You see,
Okay.
and
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 Sis Nonya said it says high blood pressure as well. Baby, he had high blood pressure. Yeah, his diet must have been jacked up.
yeah, it's really bad. It's just a system disorder.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
that's
just the blood
interesting.
cells disorder. It's not doesn't sound dementia to me, but I don't.
Oh, okay.
It
So
depends.
son Scotty is putting it down. Porphyria is a group of disorders caused by an overaccumulation of porphyrin, which helps hemoglobin. Okay, so that's the
Yeah, the
blood, how
blood.
your blood clots, right? The protein
Well,
that
the
carries.
hemoglobin is the blood. The
Okay,
the hemoglobin is the blood, the red blood cells, and
okay.
it affects the protein, like I said.
Yeah, that's
You
what he
know,
says. The proteins that carries oxygen in the blood. Okay, but that don't
yeah,
have nothing to do with going crazy though.
no, 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 and it's reoccurring. They said it was reoccurring for him, so this would be something if he changed his diet and ate less red meats and
Right.
stuff like that. He would probably have
And
bouts
salty
of
food and stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he would probably have cohesion of thought at that those times when he was eating right. But then the if he eats too much protein and red blood, we can't even eat it as a people group, by the way, and we
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't, but we do it. Uh, he probably had the lucid parts, you know, that he was okay, like they were talking about in his history there.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it came on, and sometimes it left. Sometimes it came on, sometimes it's left. But if you have straight blood issues,
Mm-hmm.
you're in recession sometimes.
Wow. Yeah, and people in the chat saying, I think Son Scotty said they don't want to talk about interbreeding, which that's interesting. And then Sis Nonya she said something. Oh, he must have had some cluster B disorder, whatever that is. And then she said, oh, like anemia.
Yeah, some blood disorder.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
the hemoglobin, the red blood cells are affected. So it can lead to a whole lot of problems, depends on what it affects. Because the blood goes throughout the entire body.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just thought it was interesting that the take they're using
I don't think
on the series is that he had this mental disorder all of his life. So that was interesting.
Yeah, it would affect his blood all of his life if he didn't watch what he was eating, if that was the cause of it, because it sounds like he had too much red protein problems, you know.
Okay.
And proteins cause for us as a people, we're really not supposed to eat a lot of animal protein.
Right.
That was from Dr. Muhammad. So if he was white, like they say, which I doubt, you know, he wouldn't even probably be bothered with this kind of stuff, because they need that protein, because the diet for protein that Dr. Muhammad said is made for the white people, not for us, because we digest it different. If we get rogue nitrates from it, from eating too much protein, meat protein. So, and that makes us have diabetes and all kinds of disorders.
So too much sugar don't make us have diabetes. Now it's the meat.
Well, you know what? They're really kind of like getting away from the sugar stuff, which I have always gotten away from the sugar stuff, because everything you eat is a carbohydrate.
But I asked a simple question.
Oh yeah, he said it's diabetes is the cause. He thinks, and Dr. Muhammad said
he thinks that it's the meat that's causing diabetes and not the sugar.
Yes, the proteins that is in the meat because of
exactly it's starches. Exactly, Sister Divinity. It's the starches.
Yeah.
So starches is not meat.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm just talking about the fact that Dr. Muhammad said that.
I know, and I'm calling Muhammad on his bull crap. I'm calling him on his bull crap.
Okay. I got nothing to say to
that. Yeah, I know you don't, and neither do he. Because diabetes don't come from meat. It comes from too much sugar in what you eat, the throwing off your insulin, unless you just naturally had problems with your insulin, which would throw off, which would make you naturally diabetic.
He says it's the Krebs cycle and how we process the foods. So
I'm going to say again. I'm going to say again. What causes diabetes? Is it the protein?
I'm saying, everything turns into sugar.
Or what turns into sugar faster? Carbohydrates or protein?
Carbohydrates, of course.
Okay.
You know, because they spike up glucose. Yes.
Exactly. So, and I'm only pointing that out because I don't like pseudo doctorism. I don't like it.
Well, he is a doctor, but maybe you don't like his method.
I don't like his method, because a lot of people are diabetic because of too much sugar in their diet. Anything too much of is going to be an issue, right? Exactly, Sis Nonya. Bread, crackers.
Well, you know what? The problem with sugars is sugar, according to the doctors now, the body it's foreign to the body. Sugar is foreign to the body, but these sugars that are added to the breads and all that kind of stuff, and that digest too from the bread, all the hidden sugars and all
Right.
the, we're our bodies don't really, the liver doesn't recognize them. That's what I learned lately. It doesn't recognize sugar, and so it stores it, and that makes a problem because he has a liver problem. That's what the thing is said in Google. It affects the liver.
Yeah, you know what, fam? I don't get into policing people on how they eat. I'm not into food elitist. I have a problem with people looking their nose down on other people that eat meat,
No,
that eat
I don't.
pork, and I'm not saying you doing this.
Oh,
Hear
I'm
me
just
out.
saying.
I'm not talking about you. I've seen many people in this conscious community talk that shit about what other people should be eating, and then all I have to ask them is, oh, so that means, you grow your food, you go to farmers markets, yada, 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 and 99.9999999% of them don't know how to put shit in the ground. But they can run their motherfucking mouth and tell you what supposedly and allegedly you're supposed to be doing. I don't like food elitist. Okay? You do what's best for your body. Okay? If your body needs a little bit of protein coming from meat, lean meat, do you. But what I'm not going to do is sit up here and look down my nose on your choices. I have seen many people talk that shit, and especially people that had huge followings, and funk ass nature boy with his funky HIV VD written ass talk that same motherfucking shit. And those people were out there starving on that fucking island, eating bags of potato chips, all type of fucking junk food, not growing shit in sight. I don't like phoniness. I don't like people talking out their ass. I rarely see, and I'm not saying this is what Dr. Muhammad is doing. I don't know the brother. No disrespect to him. I'm just telling that his thing with the meat and that's kicking out a bunch of sugar is not accurate. Okay? All I'm saying is most of the conscious people I see talk that shit eat the worst. And just because you don't eat meat, what the fuck difference does it make if you eating a bunch of carbs and you don't have fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, and water in your fucking diet? So I'm not for that bullshit either. It's 2023. I'm not here to look my nose down on what somebody else decides to do with their diet. Your health is your responsibility. You are an adult. You do what you feel is necessary. Yeah, nature boy, they wasn't washing their motherfucking ass, fucking each other, VD, STD, all of the V's, baby.
You just sprouted a very good reason not to follow
shit
the set diets they have for losing weight. That's exactly what, because all these diets out and people jump to one diet to the next diet to the next diet, but it's your body that you have to,
absolutely
deal with.
Shit, they can go fuck themselves. So I did the vegan diet and had dark circles under my motherfucking eyes. nail beds caving in. They could kiss my motherfucking ass.
Yeah, it's not good for everybody.
Don't come to me with that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, fuck this. Let me get this chicken back in my body. This chicken and turkey. People are full of shit. Nature Boy had them people out there fucking starving.
Yeah. I don't. And
it was even babies there. That's what frosted my tits. It was babies on that land. I don't find that shit cute. I don't find that coat shit cute.
Which coat was that?
Nature Boy's coat. None of it. I don't find that shit cute. And these women with these babies, you taking your babies around these motherfucking degenerates, you laying up fucking them, fucking everybody in the house. It's fucking nasty. Yeah. And you got your babies with you. It's sick.
Nature Boy.
And the quote conscious community set up on their motherfucking funk asses, and you co-signed that shit. You co-signed it with Nature Boy. You co-signed it with what's the other one that just lost his motherfucking mind? Pharaoh. You co-signed it with funk ass, ugly ass, polite. You co-signed it with Dr. York. It's the same motherfucking script. It's like somebody hand these bastards a manual to follow this fucked up script. And folks roll with it. Now, not everybody. Not everybody. But those in the conscious community. That's why I said fuck the conscious community. Fuck all of it. Because you're phony. You want to sit up and talk that shit about unity, but all I'm seeing is a bunch of niggas getting a bunch of women and fucking. That's all I'm seeing. I ain't seeing no action. And you weak bitches, let me tell you whores something. See, this is why I can't get monetized, but I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you whores something. It should always be dignity over dick. The fuck wrong with you whores? You lay down fucking with anybody that got a fucking mic in their hand and you think got 2 pieces of fucking silver. You fucking disgust me. You laying up with these niggas. You don't think your babies know what you doing? You's a whore. I said it. I'm not impressed with none of it. I ain't impressed with none of you niggas holding a mic. You don't fucking impress me, nigga. You're not doing shit. You're talking. And you're a fucking pimp. Yeah, nasty. All kind of parts. It's just fucking nasty. I'm not impressed with that shit. But you rarely hear about the stories, the horror stories of the rapid VDD, all of the V's and the Z's, baby, running through all of them people. So y'all don't hear them stories. You don't hear them stories of them getting evicted. People getting their children taken away from them. I'm not fucking impressed. It's sickening. It's sick. You are sick. And anyone that keep promoting that bullshit, you're sick with it. So I don't give a fuck what none of these supposed and alleged experts are saying. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Let's go off and live on some commune. This, third, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. They tried that shit in the 60s. It didn't work. They tried that shit in the 70s. It didn't work. They tried that shit in the 80s with Jim Jones. How long is it gonna take you niggas to wake the fuck up? I'm not fucking interested. You're not going to pimp me in any shape, form, or fashion. It's always going to be dignity over dick for me. Now go run and tell that. Y'all out here fucking around. You got babies. You're supposed to have a purpose. Your family is supposed to be your purpose, motherfucker. Not what brother so-and-so saying, prophet this, and that, and the third. Your motherfucking family's supposed to be your purpose. And you motherfuckers running around here following people that don't even put their own fucking family first. I'm not interested. I have no respect for you. I don't fuck around with shit like that. I don't want my name associated with shit like that. And I've been called many, many things because I won't fuck with it. And I told them, call me what you may. But I guarantee you, you ain't going to see Rhonda's name in no motherfucking slip up on that bullshit y'all participating in. So go fucking play with somebody else. This shit is sick. I'm not impressed with none of you niggas. Because it don't take no skill to get a weak bitch. It don't take no skill for that. Her self-esteem is already in the fucking toilet. Because anytime she fucking with a loser like you, she's a low self-esteem bitch. I'm not impressed with a bunch of niggas trying to one up on each other on how many bitches they can fuck. You want to impress me, nigga? Get your hands dirty. Go fucking build something. Take care of your motherfucking family. Be concerned about your legacy. I don't care about how many bitches and cars and all. None of that shit means anything. That's why ultimately you never have shit. You don't have a focus. You don't have a purpose. So count me out. And until the quote, black conscious community really gets serious and get down to doing some work, it's all bullshit. I don't co-sign for none of them niggas. And they all follow the same script. So y'all can keep being impressed with the new one coming out that follow the same script. Go fucking play with somebody else that don't know better. Shit. All right, so I didn't mean to get there, but goddammit, it didn't set me the fuck off. I'm tired of all this brother that, brother this, brother. I don't want to hear that shit. All right, so I think I'm done with this George stuff. So it is what it is, family. So yeah, check out Bridgerton if you get a chance with Queen Charlotte. I find it really, 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 really interesting on where Chandra is taking it. Okay, what time is it? Okay, I think I got a little bit of time, and then we're going to get into the main topic. This was a couple weeks ago that came out. Okay, so couple things going on with BlackRock. Shout out to Nisi Poo. We've been following BlackRock for a few little years now. And I saw this blurb on a financial channel, and it was talking about Y'all remember a couple weeks ago when Carson Tucker got fired, and old boy from CNN.
Oh
Was it
yeah,
Don Lemon? Don Lemon.
lemon,
Yeah.
lemon,
Yeah. Lemon.
lemon.
How they got fired. So on this particular financial channel, he was saying that the reason that Carlson Tucker got the axe was really because of the BlackRock connection. Okay, so the official story is he got the axe. Carlson Tucker got the axe because he was going in on those voting machines. Rigging the election, this, that, and the third, and Fox
Dominion.
News. Huh?
Dominion.
What is Dominion?
That's the machines.
Okay, the machine names and the machine. The voting machines. So that Fox had to pay out a big settlement because of it. So according to this financial guy, he was saying, that's a little bit of it. He kind of reminded everybody that BlackRock is also an investor in Fox News. And really, it had everything. He felt it had more to do with him being fired because of his criticism of something called ESG score.
Environmental social governance.
You got it. So let's pull that up and talk about that. And I'm just going to do a quick blurb on it, and then we're going to do a little bit of paper trail, and then we're going to move on. Okay, so hold on a sec, fam. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so yep, environmental, social, and corporate governance. So that's what ESG is. Environmental, social, and corporate governance is a framework designed to be embedded.
That's the woke stuff.
Yeah, that's what they call the woke stuff. Yep. I'm like, you know what? Black folks can't have nothing.
Yeah.
God doggone it. Shoot. Black folks came up with woke. We just can't have nothing. So it's a framework designed to be embedded into an organization's strategy that considers the needs and ways in which to generate value for all organization stakeholders such as employees, customers, suppliers, and financiers. ESG corporate reporting can be used by stakeholders to assess the material sustainability related risk and opportunities relevant to an organization. Investors may also use ESG data beyond assessing material risk to the organization in their evaluation of enterprise value, specifically by designing models based on assumptions that the identification, assessment, and management of sustainability-related risk and opportunities with respect to all organizational stakeholders leads to a higher long-term risk-adjusted return. Organizational stakeholders include but are not limited to customers, suppliers, employees, leadership, and the environment. Since 2020, there has been an accelerated pressure from the United Nations, so y'all already know it's some foolery involved.
All right now.
To overlay ESG data with sustainable development goals based on their work. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
The banks too has been told that they have to do that. That's why these banks are failing. People believe, the Silicon Bank.
That's systematic. That's systematic. I told y'all that they were going to be.
Stuff.
Yeah, because I told y'all they were going to be consolidating banks because it's the financial reset that's going on. So United Nations to overlay ESG data with sustainable development goals based on their work, which began in the 1980s. Okay, so I'm not finna read the rest of that. So I just wanted to give you all a preview into what ESG is. Okay, so let me go and pull the other one to give you the connection. Because remember, they're saying that's why the financial guy is saying this is the real reason why Carlson Tucker was fired.
Your point system.
Because he was talking about ESG. Okay, so hold on, let me pull this again.
They be doing that all over the place. He's not the only one that does that.
Yeah, but BlackRock has a stake in Fox News. Okay, and this don't have to be true. I'm just giving you.
Yeah, that's probably their theory, because that that oil Ohio train wreck, they had stake in that too.
Absolutely, BlackRock. Again, shout out to Nisi Poo. We've been following this company for years.
Yeah, we have.
They're like the Payseur.
Yeah, they are.
A lot of stuff roll up to them, and I pulled their records. So just give me a minute. We fencing to go there too. So remember, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Remember they had put out that company, and you read it before, that they were going to hire based on your color.
Oh yeah, I think didn't you find that?
Yes,
that?
Ma'am.
I thought so when it was some dudes talking about where they had ordered for these corporations, and stop me, sis, if I'm not remembering the story properly, that BlackRock was telling these particular companies that you're going to start hiring Black people in these executive positions.
Jews, blacks, browns, and yellow, I guess it was. Yep.
Yeah, I sure do remember. Okay, yes, sis, because you was the one that brought that to me. So this is from Forbes, y'all. Forbes, are you gonna let me read it, or I might have to sign in? I can't remember if I have a subscription to you. Okay, so Tucker Carlson's Fox News exit touches many stories, including BlackRock, and ESG. Now remember, BlackRock has some holdings in Fox News. Okay. Yeah. So the exact reason Tucker Carlson and Fox News parted ways has yet to be fully revealed. Carlson, the host of one of the network's highest rated primetime show and reportedly one of the highest paid employees, has been part of several controversial stories and lawsuits that may have upset Fox leadership. These reportedly included unfounded theories about the Jan 6 Capitol riots, pressuring the stolen 2020 election conspiracy, and the related lawsuits. Comments Carlson made about Fox executives that were unearthed as part of a defamation suit, another lawsuit by a former Carlson producer, and more. One business story that Carlson pursued. Oh shit! Where am I? Oh shit! That's what I get. Defamation suit. All right. One business story that Carlson pursued courted controversy by taking one of the biggest asset managers in the world, BlackRock, which has been a leading advocate for ESG investing. Carlson often provided a platform on his show for the anti-ESG movement. Fox Corporation has its own ties to environmental, social, and governance investing. BlackRock recently increased its stake in Fox News parent company. When we just went over this, environmental, social, and governance, the ESG is a type of financial investing where non-financial factors are considered when making investment decisions. The original concept was about giving investors the ability to decide how their money is used. An individual may be willing to take a lower return on investment if they feel their money is doing some good to help the environment. However, as it grew, it began to morph into a way for large investors to influence how companies act, not just on environmental issues, but on social issues as well.
Mm-hmm.
BlackRock's CEO, Larry Fink, was an early vocal advocate in the United States of ESG and of stakeholder capitalism, a legal concept in Europe where businesses have a duty not only to their shareholders. Damn it, I hate when they do that. Shit, they done put this
That's
little
like
ad
Klaus
in.
Schwab stuff,
Yeah, because
and
all they do is shift these leaders from one.
that's that one you own nothing and be happy
Mm-hmm. Oh, I
because
see what you're saying.
they're gonna manage you, and these companies, you put corporation in there too, right? And they don't usually say that, but the
Mm-hmm.
corporations are graded a score how they cooperate, to get loans and stuff like that with that ESG
Right,
stuff.
with the ESG stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, as ESG began to expand in the United States, business owners and conservative leaders began pushing back on the concept, claiming that ESG was about pushing so-called woke agenda on
Mm-hmm.
American businesses. Republican-run states began to take action, with BlackRock getting the bulk of their early focus. States have multiple pots of money to invest with, including pension funds and state funds waiting to be used. BlackRock, so I want y'all to understand where the hustle is,
Mm-hmm.
always follow the money.
Exactly. That's what they're doing with it.
Always follow the money. Okay? So BlackRock, the largest asset manager worth more than 8 trillion in holdings, controls significant portions of those state funds. The first strike against ESG at the state level came when the Republican governors began divesting their funds from BlackRock. Florida with the shits, y'all. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, along with the Florida cabinet, pulled $2 billion in funds from the asset manager's control. Okay, I knew Texas was right behind it because they with the shits too. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has begun the process of divesting $4 billion in state funds. Other states are following suit. While this fight was coming from the right, Vivek Ramsaway, a businessman and a vocal opponent of ESG, found a frequent home on the Carson show. Carlson did numerous segments echoing old boy's statement, railing against the concept and attributing many of the world's problems to the concept, an approach which one might assume to be on brand with Fox News. However, the Fox Corporation is not immune to the influence of ESG. In February 2023, BlackRock disclosed that its investment in Class A Fox corporate stock had increased to 15%. That's not a majority, but it's enough to get a seat at the table. Okay, remember I was talking to y'all about seats at the table when I was talking about that reparations discussion, right? But let's move on. As Bud Light's Dylan Mulvaney's decision demonstrates, companies are paying attention to their ESG scores. Okay. Fox Corporation may also consider it in parts of its decision-making process. You also may be surprised to know that Fox produces an annual ESG report. Now, that's interesting. A significant portion of the 2022 report is focused on diversity and inclusion. It highlights efforts to support the LGBTQ plus community and talks about standing in solidarity as an ally. The company also lists a commitment to diverse expressions. These are topics that Carlson frequently advocated against, and the opinions expressed by a corporation do impact certain ESG metrics. While Carlson may have been great for the ratings on Fox News, it is possible his overall impact to the ESG scores of the parent company outweighed the ratings. He may have become an ESG liability. Okay, so this is from Forbes. Now, I'm fencing to tell y'all, I say if it's really true, he was outed. He was outed because he pissed off BlackRock. Okay. And I'm going to let me just show you a little bit on BlackRock. Okay. So bear with me. Let me pull up because you always follow the money. Always follow the money. So I said, first of all, BlackRock itself owns several companies. Well, at least one company. And they themselves have consulting companies to score companies on ESG. So that's a conflict of interest in my eyesight by default. Okay. Then what that financial man had indicated, y'all remember FTX? Remember old boy that just had his crypto stuff collapse?
Crypto man.
Yeah. Remember old boy? Now, y'all do understand that he had an ESG score. The FTX man had an ESG score as well that was high. Okay. And he wound up scamming people out of billions. Okay. It was a glorified Ponzi scheme. Okay. So one of the company that gave FTX its ESG score, all right? Because remember, that's the woke score. Remember? That's the woke score. So if investors see a company with that ESG score, oh, this is a sound company, they're ethical, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So FTX, the company that just recently collapsed and scammed people out of billions, had a high ESG score, and the company that gave FTX that high ESG score was a company that BlackRock bought out. Okay. So now I want you all to see some of the holdings that BlackRock has. Okay. I want y'all to see. Let me go back to this.
I think he's holding gold and not dollars too.
Who?
BlackRock. Larry Fink.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm. So he has a lot of talking points.
Yeah. So now this is just their top holdings. Okay, this is not everything. All right. So I just want y'all to understand this is just the top 50 BlackRock holdings. This isn't everything. Okay? Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, United Health, Google, Johnson & Johnson, the other Google, Alphabet. Damn, Berkshire Hathaway. Child, clutch pearls. Clutch the clutch. Child, let me clutch my pearls. Berkshire Hathaway, Exxon, iShares, NVIDIA fam, those tech heads. I know y'all know who this is. But they are also they have built technology that most of the new digital currency is going to stand on. The foundational technology is built by this company. Okay. All right. So JP Morgan Chase, Visa, Chevron, Procter and Gamble, damn, Home Depot, child, Merck, Lilly Eli, that's the pharmaceutical company. There go Pfizer. There go MasterCard. I don't know what this AbbVie is. Y'all might know. Tesla. Nisi Poo. You see that? Tesla. PepsiCo. Coca-Cola. Well, damn. That's both of them. Meta. So they got a stake in all of the big techs. Every last one of the big techs they got a stake in. Thermo Fisher Scientific, Broadcom, Cisco. Okay, and tech heads, y'all know both of these. You know Broadcom, you know Cisco. Bank of America, Abbott Labs, iShares. Get out of here. Raglass, Walmart, Costco, McDonald's, Danaher, I think that's the old Chrysler, if I'm not mistaken. Verizon, Texas Instruments, Amgen, I think this is another pharmaceutical. Accenture, that's like a tech consulting company. Bristol Myers, that's another pharmaceutical. Adobe, that's another tech. Nextera Energy, ConocoPhillips. Y'all seeing a lot of oil on here too. Gilead Sciences, Elevance Health, Wells Fargo. Damn, Disney too. Child. Philip Morris. I don't know what this Lindy is. I don't know what Prologus is. It seems like pharmaceutical-ish to me. Damn, and they got 21% in that. Raytheon. And they got IBM too? So y'all don't see Fox News on here because this is only their top 50 holdings. That's some pretty heavy hitters. So do y'all see where I'm going with this? If they are scoring, if BlackRock issues out ESG reports to companies, and they bought a company that issues out, meaning they go out and score these companies, that's a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
When you are the biggest investor, the biggest asset management company in the world with trillions in asset holdings. So how are you issuing out scores to say that a company is good when you own stake in said companies?
Probably in the contract.
It's a conflict of interest. It's fraud.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to point that out to y'all. BlackRock caught up in some shenanigans again. Okay. They was over in Paris tearing shit up because BlackRock cut the railroad pensions over in France. All right. And France don't give a damn, baby. You let the bread don't be fresh enough or cooked right for France. And they're coming out swinging with a protest. Okay. They stormed their offices, set shit on fire, this, that, and the third.
And they increased their retirement age too.
Right. They increased the retirement age. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. So I'm just gonna real quick. I'm not gonna read through this all these other stuff. I just want to show you all another view because I want y'all to understand who BlackRock really is and why I keep a close eye on them. And you can really time the market by looking at them. And now they're starting. They're stopping buying homes. Okay, so that tells me that the housing market is getting ready to,
Dang.
yeah, pretty much. Okay, always follow the money, fam. Always. Okay. All right, so I'm just showing y'all these are some of BlackRock's other holdings. Okay, we went over the top ones. Okay, we went over the top ones. But we just gonna go through a lot of these. I mean, shit, this a lot of stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna scroll through these names. I saw Roku. All right.
You know,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I'm just scrolling.
What
through
says that? This is sounds like a undercover equal opportunity type situation because they really started. You know, those white guys were talking about it, and they were talking about.
Uh-oh, you breaking up, sis. I heard you was talking about some and you broke up. All right, sis, I can't hear you. So once you come back online, you can say what you want to say. So y'all see all this. I'm not going to read through it. There go TransUnion and little credit people. I'm just going to scroll through and you can see their other holdings. Okay, damn, there go Carlisle. Yeah, so how you going to sit up here and issue out woke scores and you got a stake in pretty much everything? That's a clear conflict of interest. Clearly it is. Okay? So, shout out to that financial channel. Child, I didn't forget the channel. I should have wrote it down because I would have gave him his credit on this particular story. Because soon as he said that with the Fox News connection, I said, you know what? Now I'm finna go pull up what all the holdings that they have, and my mouth about dropped. I'm like, God doggone it, they're like the Pacers. They got their hand in pretty much everything. Okay? Pretty much everything they got their hands in. Okay, so you sitting up here making sure the companies that you have a stake in get a woke score so they can get the necessary investments and investors that can sustain them while you still get paid. Okay, that's a conflict of interest. So as y'all can see, I'm scrolling. And as you can see, if you look over here to the right, I ain't even halfway done with they holdings. Okay? So I'm not going to go through all of this. Damn, they got Bank of New York Mellon.
You know, they've been cutting me off since you started this one here.
Of course. Okay. So this ain't nothing but the Pacers 2.0 fam. That's all that is. Okay? But I just want you to be aware we have been talking about BlackRock for years before the public even knew what a BlackRock was. We told you to watch this company. We told you to watch how they move. If you watch how they move, you can understand what the markets are doing. Okay? So I'm finna stop this, y'all. I'm not even halfway done with all of the earnings. So, shit. So y'all get the gist of what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
It's like another affirmative action program.
For wokeness? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, sister. It's the white affirmative action. Shit. That's a very, very good analogy. Now, I'm going to take that back. Because it's not affirmative action. It's the same good old boys club. They've always done this shit. Just like with the Pesos, we went over all of that, all of them companies that ultimately rolled up to the Pesos, that ultimately rolled up to the crown in them. Okay? Them particular families. Okay? It's the same script. This is no different. I'm sure BlackRock falls up under some type of private holding trust that don't have to be publicly disclosed, which ultimately rolls back up to one of those worldwide empires. It's the same exact script. Okay? So I just wanted to put y'all up on that. And just once again, always follow the money. It will always tell the story. Always. Okay? All right. So I think that's all I want to share with y'all. We talked about the Paris stuff. I'm just trying to make sure. Wait a minute. What they do in Oklahoma? Oh, it was just saying that Oklahoma kicked them to the curb, too. Oklahoma was the next state to kick BlackRock to the curb over this whole ESG stuff. Okay, so that was interesting. So some states are getting put up on game, and like we not having it. When we know Florida and Texas. I already knew that's a given that they was like gone with that foolishness. Okay. All right. So let me make sure. Okay, I think I talked about everything with the news. All right, fam. So let's get into the lecture. Oh, let me see. Okay. Let's get into the regular lecture. Let me see where I'm at. Where's my PowerPoint slide? So bear with me, fam. Let me pull up my stuff. Here we go. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So, let me go to presentation mode. Okay, sis, I'm gonna try to bring it up because I've been forgetting to screen share. Okay. All right. So I can record it on Zoom. Okay, so we're going to get to it. All right. So universal language codes and symbols. All right. So this is the stuff that we went over before. You can go back to the earlier episodes. Ooh, excuse me, y'all. To get the details on this stuff, again, universal laws are really the only true laws of this particular realm. These are the laws, okay? The other laws, when, you want to talk about in the different religions, and to be fair to some of the religions, they pretty much borrowed from universal laws, okay? Specifically the biblical laws, those are laws of morality, okay? Universal laws inherently already builds in morality. From the standpoint, it's pretty much saying, okay, you can go and treat people like crap if you want to, but you're just going to get that crap returned back to you. Okay? What you put out is what you get back. So, the law of attraction, all right? What you are is what you attract. Okay, what you put out is what you get back. Law of cause and effect. Okay? So it inherently has built in what the biblical morality laws already give you. Okay. But these are the true, quote, quote, laws of the planet. It does not matter the planet/universe. It does not matter whether or not you feel you have to follow them. By default, you're following them anyway. Okay. All right. So we talked about karma, polarity. We went into what binary code is and how everything is can be broken down to a binary code, which is the same principle what's built on computers and electronics. Okay. Something is true or false. This is also how we know that this universe itself is a matrix. Okay. Because everything can be broken down into symbols, numbers, and numbers can be broken down to a binary code. All right. Okay. We talked about numerology. All right. And how you can associate numerology with energy. Okay. All right. Now remember, I said this is the most important slide in the series. It's always going to be the most important slide in the series because what we are talking about is you. Okay. This is about how you, your energy, how you move throughout your experience on this simulated, aka planet. You have total control over it. Ye are God because the very essence of you, your spiritual body, which is pure energy, and even your physical body, because you are who you are, that's what makes you God. Okay? It's an alchemy / natural science to it. Okay? This is the most important slide here. All right? Okay. All right. So we talked about the flower of life and what that really means and how it correlates to the Kabbalah, all of that jazz, and how Kabbalah uses a numbering system itself to manifest and create things and events, this, that, and the third. Okay. That's why some of the celebrities, was it the early 2000s? I want to say the 2000s. The Madonna, I know she was one running around talking about Kabbalah, this, that, and the third. All right. Okay, so we got into talking about Kabbalah and talking about the flower of life, the 5-pointed star, and how the 5-pointed star is equivalent to what they are calling the Baphomet. Okay, and how the Baphomet really is not an evil, quote, quote, entity. Okay, it's really about worshiping the alchemy or the science of the realm. Okay, so we got into that. Okay, now, this slide just made me remember, baby, because it still has something to discuss. See, that's what happened when you go on a week and stuff jump off. So interestingly enough, we went into the 5 and the 6-pointed star, and we talked about sacred geometry, okay, and how all of this sacred geometry basically is variations of what we call the flower of life. All right, so down here you see the different sacred geometry spheres per se. Okay. And I'm going to talk about that. I got something to bring up. All right. So this is where we talked about the sacred geometry and you see the different symbols. All right. So I'm going to pause here because I do want to bring something up. that I wanted to talk about real quick because, King Charles III, child, I'm trying to mind my business. I had to get up early on Saturday for that event, and I hate getting up early on the weekends. That'd be my time to get my sleep on. So I'm up early, and in the UK, they had Charles III coronation. So I'm trying to find my pics, fam. So I'm getting ready and looking at this coronation because, I'm not looking at it like other folks are looking at it.
Drooling.
Right. I'm looking at it for the symbols.
Yeah.
Okay. And child, they did not disappoint. They did not disappoint a sister at all.
Did you see the Grim Reaper?
Where'd you see the Grim Reaper? Who? The Popalicious?
No, they were the figure ran across dressed as the Grim Reaper.
Child. Okay.
What?
So, hold on. I'm finna bring this back up.
He had on a black robe and a cone hat and a sickle.
Child, I missed that because I didn't get to see the whole thing.
It's on the news.
Is it? I'm gonna have to go back. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and see. Okay, yeah, and the only reason I saw it, like I said, I had to get up early Saturday, and it was on because they're 7 hours ahead of us. So that's the only reason I quote saw it live.
You saw it live? Huh?
Yeah, I saw it live because I was up early on Saturday. So that's how I saw it. Okay. So let me get to bringing up. Why did that come over there? Child, I don't know what this thing is doing. Okay. Let me bring this back up for the fam. Please don't jump to another picture. And it did. Damn it. I didn't want y'all to see that. That was my event stuff. Okay. So you got King Charles III, showing him with the scepter in the hand. You remember we talked about the scepter and this, I forget what we call this ball. All right. But they both represent rulership. Okay. And I would have to dig through my archives because we specifically had pointed out what it means. But you'll see all of the royal leaders with this. Okay. So I'm looking at the symbolism.
The scepter? No. I can't see.
Boom. I'm like, oh, this was the altar. Okay. This was the altar.
There's no picture there.
So what I'm focusing on this altar, I know it's kind of blurry. Bear with me here.
Mine is missing.
The sacred geometry. Okay. They literally use sacred geometry. We'll just jump back. Sacred geometry. Okay.
Oh, flowers.
Yeah. They literally use sacred geometry. What's the pictures?
Flowers of life.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
They literally used it. And they put their particular symbols in here and inside this sacred geometry to create a sigil. Okay. So that's the first thing I caught. Now this is blurry picture because I was taking it from my TV. Yeah. And they also had sitting on this altar a phoenix. Literally the bird phoenix. All right. That phoenix bird is very, very symbolic. And the phoenix bird was actually, they say, the original bird before the eagle over in the Americas.
Rising from the ashes.
Right, rising from the ashes, the phoenix. Now, supposedly and allegedly, They use that phoenix. Now, I don't have no proof on this. I haven't really dug into it. And when they use that term, the phoenix rising from the ashes, one particular content creator was saying he felt that it symbolizes that phoenix bird symbolizes the various major resets that happened on the planet. Okay. So when these catastrophes happen, that's when the phoenix comes in and rises from the ashes to start new civilizations. Okay. So I found that interesting that I saw that phoenix bird sitting on this altar. Just the fact that a bird was sitting on the altar, period, that's supposed to be dedicated to the Lord. Okay?
So that's the Lord. And they tell you that in that thing that's their God. He said it.
Yeah. And so
they said it
yeah.
in the ceremony.
Uh-huh. So now I don't know what these little dots and stuff. I would have to go back and see if I can get a clearer picture of it. But clearly in one of these sacred geometries, they have the cross. Okay.
I thought I saw it.
So the cross, we should know that also symbolizes planet Earth. Okay, that's also another symbol for planet Earth.
Black sun.
Yeah, that's a good call, sis. Sis said black sun. So I just found that interesting that sitting on the altar, they created a sigil with sacred geometry. All right. So let's go on. All right. Now, what was also interesting, I'm noticing the get up or the regalia of the different folks participating in this coronation, which was really nothing but a ritual. Let's be clear. Nothing but a ritual. Okay. And once again, I'm seeing, because this was a woman with sacred geometry on her, and within her, she has the cross, okay? And this cross represents an order. It represents a secret society order.
Is it Michael?
No, shit. Brother Sean, you know which one it is, shit. I want to say the Knights of Malta. Yeah, don't quote me on that. I think I'm right. Okay, but this is a high secret society order, and this was a woman. Okay, so I'm looking at these different get up outfits. I said, "Oh, baby, you got your secret societies on display. All right. I see you. All right now."
You know, Queen Elizabeth used to wear Michael, and on her something like that, and on that the gold piece on her robe of the queen, she had the archangel Michael with a slave, a melanated person with her foot his foot on his neck.
And so, what do you think that represented? And as you hold that thought right quick. Bingo. Thank you, son Scotty. You cracked that code. Son Scotty said the phoenix and eagle are the upper and lower Egypt and the different houses of masonry. Sending you hugs, son. You knocked that shit out the park.
You did good. I'm not in this chat anymore.
And then phoenix and eagle for alchemy and transformation. Okay, you got it. So again, that phoenix sitting up on that altar didn't have a doggone thing to do with the Lord. But it had everything to do with their orders. Okay, their secret society orders. Because I told you, I'm sitting here looking at this coronation. And I'm like, this is a ritual. They got all of their secret societies on display, but people don't know what they looking at. And they putting it right in their doggone face, but they don't know what they looking at. Okay. So, old girl with the get up. All right. I think this is Knights of Malta. Don't quote me on that. So to the left, on her left shoulder behind her, you see the dude in the black robe, and you see him. When I was looking at it live, it looked like this was the snake eating its tail. And then you see in here, damn, who the Red Cross people? People with the Red Cross, y'all. I don't know if I'm confusing them with the Knights of Malta.
Mm-hmm.
I could be. Damn. It's another order, is what I'm trying to say. It's another secret society order. Okay. So I was sitting here like, oh, y'all all out on display today. Okay. Okay, so then you see him here. This was nothing, y'all, but a ritual.
The Crusaders used to wear the Red Cross.
Oh, did they? No, what was the people that was that dealt with the money?
The bankers?
That used to carry that protected the king's gold. They would shit.
I know
y'all know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know if that's them. But nonetheless, it's one of them orders. Don't start me to line up upon these people. Okay. So the Rosicrucian, no, that wasn't the name. The people that protected the king's gold, they were the first quote bankers per se.
I know who you're talking about.
That's the order I'm thinking about. It could be the Rosicrucians, but I thought it was another popular name.
Killed on Friday 13th.
So you think it's the Knights of Malta? Templars, thank you, Templars, Knights Templars.
Templars,
that's what I was thinking about. Knights Templars.
Friday 13th.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so then, I'm looking at this again. And, there go the melanated person, whatever order that is. I don't know if old boy a bishop. I don't know, child. I don't be getting into that. But you see the fish hat, which to me represents the Piscean era. But, whatever the hell. Okay. So you see them all in these different orders. All of these different colors represent different orders in these secret societies.
Yeah, invaders.
Okay. And then when I got to the priest, I said, suck it now. Is that sacred geometry on their back? So let me just move this on down a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, I say that's sacred geometry. So y'all think this stuff is crazy? You think that this stuff is not real? But yet they're using the true science to rule the realm. Because most people don't believe this stuff is true. But yet, damn it.
There it is.
They're putting it right in your face. So as they're telling you this is crap.
Just a theory.
They show use it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is literally the sacred geometry that they're using. Okay. All right. And then this last picture, just again, showing the order, this, that, and the third. Okay. This was nothing. This coronation was nothing but a ritual. This is how they govern the planet. This is how they rule the planet. This is how they control the planet. I told you all, this is your sacred science. This is what your ancestors knew how to do, to use it for energy, okay? For creation. And it went from the point of telling you that this is voodoo, that this is witchism, that it's crazy, but I'm going to give you a book of morality to tell you not to steal, not to take somebody out, not to covet somebody's old lady, to wash your behind, to have a halfway decent diet. To go to somebody else in the sky that's going to deliver you and give you salvation in XYZ and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yet, they're using the true science of the planet
To hold you fast.
And they so cold with it and so bold with it, they will hold a religious ceremony and put it right in your freaking face. And you don't even know what you're looking at. This is your science. It came from you, your ancestors. And what I keep telling you is you have everything within you to create and destroy. Not because of what somebody said in the book, not because you got to wait on some deity, not because you got to wait on Inky, Binky, Linky, them, they cousins and brothers and sisters and all of that. It's because of this. Do you not see in this particular picture that I chose, showing you your astral body and just 7 of the chakras, because you really have more than 7. You see the correlation of each one of these chakras? It also has a what? Sacred geometry to it. So do you not enter and understand that if, dang on it, where did it go? They know this, they can not only control outcomes and create, they can also control you. If you don't know who you are, if you don't use what you have, they can know that I can put fear in them and I can keep them stuck at the root. Well, they'll never move to the highest of the high, be the ultimate them, to make their energy sources spin, to activate the God within them, because I'll keep them in fear.
So it's like the queen's robe that she was representing Michael, the archangel that keeps us in captivity, supposedly.
It was a sigil and a ritual.
Yep.
Because if I believe I'm a slave, if I believe that I can't do nothing beyond those conditions, if I believe I got to wait on somebody to help me out of my conditions, I'm always going to be stuck at the root. I'll never utilize the rest of my energy centers. If I do so happen to get up to, because this is where most conscious people are. They're at the heart level. But let's be clear. The heart level, you have to do a lot of work here. Because at this heart level, this is the gateway between lower self and higher self. And most conscious people get stuck here because they can't get past the anger. Okay? This is what a lot of pro-blacks, quote, quote, they get stuck at the heart chakra. They're so angry. The white man is the white man at the white man is the white, white. They can't move past it. They can't reconcile. This is also where a lot of trauma is housed, okay? So trauma from childhood, trauma from events and things that happen. That's where the term, your heart is heavy, comes from. You have not reconciled. You have not spun your heart chakra energy to its optimum to move on. This is why it is important to focus on self. How the hell you got time to be focusing on XYZ 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8? When you have a lot of pain, you have a lot of trauma, you have a lot of anger that's governing your life, that's governing your essence. It's blocking you from you being the ultimate self. It's blocking you from your God body. This is why you are God. This is why I don't trauma bond. This is why I don't allow trauma bonding on my show. I'm doing it for a reason. Because, see, I'm not going to take on that trauma and my doggone heart chakra messing me up and having my nerves bad. Okay? This is why it is important when you get to your throat chakra, we're talking, you're speaking things into existence. So if you say I ain't shit, then guess what? That's what you just created. If you say I'm broke, I ain't gonna never have, guess what? That's what's going to happen. Okay? Then you move on up. You get to your third eye. Okay? This is your spiritual gateway. Your third eye is about the quote, quote, intuition. You're seeing the unseen. But now let's be clear. You can't get to these points if you're down here or you're stuck here at your heart chakra. You're down here in fear and survival. And don't get me wrong. You need your root because it's grounding. You need the concept of I need to survive. I need to know how to get it. Okay? Most melanated people know this, especially you came up poor, whatever the case may be, coming out of the quote, quote, ghetto, coming out of the projects. Don't think that Rhonda don't understand. I understand you had to go get it. You had to do it. You had to utilize that root chakra to get shit done. Okay? But you also supposed to be evolving and knowing how to navigate your God body all the way. Okay? Same with the heart chakra. If you're stuck here, you can't get past that trauma. Okay? And a lot of times, and I was guilty of it too. That's why I have to always do inventory of myself. Constantly. Because I have to make sure the decisions that I am making, the way that I am moving, is it based on, number one, what's in my best interests? Number two, make sure I'm not harming anyone. And then number three, am I doing things? Are my actions / behavior based on trauma? Is it based on past trauma events and experiences? Have I reconciled that? And how I know if I'm dealing with past trauma, because if I keep making the same mistakes over and over again, okay, it may be a different situation, but at the end of the day, when you get to the root of it, it's the same thing. You're doing the same thing over and over again, and it ain't in your best interest. It turns out to be not in your best interest. I got some unresolved trauma. I'm doing that for a reason. And usually that trauma that's stuck in that heart chakra is either I'm doing it out of fear, was something I was lacking. Could have been I never really experienced love. I had a hard childhood, whatever the case may be. I had a traumatic event, so I'm stuck in fear. Because even if you feel you were never loved, you were abandoned, and that very well may be the case. But if you have not reconciled that it happened, you didn't deserve it, you are worthy of love, you're going to keep yourself mentally / spiritually healthy to attract those things in your life. You can come out of that fear of not having. So I'm just going to say that again so it can sink in. If I keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again, I know something's out of balance in my heart chakra. I'm dealing with some type of trauma. All right? What is that trauma based in? More than likely, it's going to be based in some type of fear. And I have to reconcile that fear. I have to overcome that fear to get my heart chakra right. Because anytime you do something against you, it's not in your best interest, you need to look and take inventory of yourself while you're doing that. There is a quote, root. You know how they say, let's get to the root of the problem? This is what they're talking about. Okay? So you can never get to creation, I speak. You can never get to the intuition of seeing and knowing, I know, if your heart chakra is blocked. Okay? if you're still dealing with trauma. Okay? This is why this is the most important slide in this entire presentation, because this is about you. This is about your spiritual God body. This is about you being an eternal soul having a physical experience. You have everything you need to create what you want and what you need. Okay? If you are lacking, got to take some inventory. Okay? So again, let me pull this up. This is not bull crap. They understand the true alchemy of the planet / science.
That's why they're trying to capture the mind of the children into wherever they want it to go instead of letting the children develop and find themselves.
That's the parents' fault.
Yeah, I know, but they
No,
try to blame the parents too.
I totally understand that. Again, parents are responsible for their children. That is the soul contract that you agreed to when you are bringing children into this realm. You're responsible for that. That's why it's important to be about you. Because should nobody come and tell you what you are, what you need to and fencing to do, and definitely not your babies. You're responsible for making sure your babies grow up in a healthy, stable environment, and you are responsible for you being mentally and spiritually healthy to foster the environment for those babies. So it's no excuse what they doing. You the parent. That's your soul contract. Not theirs, yours. All right. So I want to share that. Doggone it, that's what I get for running my trap. All right, but we had to have that conversation because I want to show y'all how they pulled that ritual off right in front of our doggone face. All right? So again, just a reminder, those particular sacred geometries that we've been showing, they resonate at a certain frequency. Okay? Just like, sorry, y'all, don't get dizzy. I apologize. You resonate at a frequency. Same concept. Okay? You are supposed to be operating your Merkaba or Merkaba, however you want to say it, your spiritual spaceship. This is what makes your frequency. You're responsible for the tuning of your frequency, okay? All right.
So,
okay? I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So with the ESG kind of concept, they want everybody to think alike. They want equity all along the line. So therefore, you won't be able to find yourself because you'll be controlled by what they say you should do.
Don't care about none of that.
No, I mean that's you have to fight that kind of stuff.
There's
Use your
nothing
mind.
There's nothing to fight.
Rise above it.
Because if I'm not on that frequency, how is that
Right.
applying to me? It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Because you have to be on a higher frequency than they are.
Exactly. All right. All right, so we went over all of that. Yeah. Alchemy. We went over all of that. I mean, this is the alphabet boy study telling you again how important frequency is. Okay? All right, so let me get to this. We talked about consciousness absolute. Shout out to Brother Martin Kinney on his cosmic egg work. Okay, so last time we met, we talked about astral travel. Okay, so that slide that I showed you, the most important slide in this particular series about your astral body. When you're doing astral traveling, which is literally traveling to different dimensions, you're using that astral/spiritual body to do that. Okay, so we went over that last time. We talked about the Akashic records and how the Akashic records is really just a spiritual recording system that records every event on in this particular realm. Okay. And this is not about Big Brother watching you or Sky Daddy in the sky watching you to judge you on what you're doing. It just has everything to do with you being an eternal soul that created your own spiritual contract for your experience in this particular realm, this physical experience in this realm. You matching up what your actions, the actions that you decided to take on this planet, up with the spiritual contract you said you wanted to fulfill. Okay? That's what the Akashic Records is about. Okay? All right. Now let's get into this, because we're not going to be here too much longer. So I used the movie Soul. It's a Disney movie, Soul, about Joe, who transitioned, and he was basically trying to escape the afterlife, per se. Okay. Very, very good movie. I highly recommend it. It talked about the absolute in there. Talked about the Akashic records. Really, really excellent movie. I'm going to be using that a lot in this series. Okay. So they showed a scene in the movie, and it was about the wandering souls. Okay, so in the movie Soul, Joe was on the astral plane and he encountered lost or wandering souls. So these souls, they appeared to literally have no direction, and they were just walking around in circles. Okay, they were souls that were just lost and wondering. They forgot their soul purpose. They forgot their soul contract. So this is why it's important when you're navigating throughout your experience and you encounter folks. I mean, you do what you want. But you can start to pick out who has their sole purpose and who doesn't. Okay? So I don't care how intelligent you are. I don't care how rich you are. I don't care how good looking you are. If you do not know your sole purpose, you're very, very close to a wandering soul. Okay? And it's quite sad. All right? Now, that's no judgment, because a lot of people kind of ascend into their soul purpose and start remembering their soul purpose and get at it. But then you do have a lot of people that don't know. Okay. Kind of, and it kind of, it makes me sad because you have a lot of people that think they were put here to just pay bills. And that's depressing within itself. Okay, go on and find you somebody, maybe procreate, accumulate material things, and then you check up out of here. And then, if you are religious, then you're going to look for true happiness and true abundance through the afterlife. Okay. So you mean to tell me you just came to planet Earth to pay bills, get you somebody to lay up with, hug up with, whatever the case may be, accumulate things and transition? Okay. And some people are so in agony that they can't even get it together to even get to that point, to function in this quote, quote, controlled society. Okay. This is why it's important that you have to do the necessary spiritual work for yourself. Because you can't help anybody else if your soul is not at peace. You can't help anyone else if you're not fulfilling your spiritual contract. That's why this is always going to start with you. That's why it's always going to end with you. You are of no use to yourself or anybody else if you don't know your soul purpose. If your soul is not at peace. And if your soul is not at peace, that means you have inner work to do. You have to go through the pain, reconcile that pain so you can free yourself. You can break those chains literally from your soul. Okay? You'll never be able to create. You'll never be able to experience true love. And it's a miserable existence. And you don't have to do it. I would hope, now I can't tell you what your particular spiritual contract is. That's not Rhonda's business. But I wish for you, I will restate that. I wish for you the best, peaceful, positive, loving, abundance experience on this earth. And you can do it. You have the tools to do it. You got to put in the work. And a lot of times that work is that pain. Working through that pain. And sweeping shit under the rug, that ain't working through pain. I'm going to ignore this pain over here. That ain't working through that pain. That's always the way it's been done. That ain't working through that pain. I don't know no other way. That ain't working through that pain. You have everything you need to be the best version of yourself that you ever thought you could be. Okay? You can do it. I can get up here and talk for 100 more years. None of it will matter if you cannot fulfill your soul contract that you created. It's not going to matter. You can do it. You want to break generational curses? Start with yourself. You want to show your babies true wealth, true health? Start with yourself. Start honoring the soul contract that you created. Start walking through that pain. Start reconciling those traumas. Start conquering those fears. That's how you break generational curses. All the other stuff is going to come naturally easy to you. You know why? Because you have raised your frequency and you can create whatever you want. That's why I tell you there are no victims. Okay? So let's talk about the main symptoms of a lost soul. Come on now, I'm not in the mood for this.
You know,
Sorry, go ahead,
some of our parents in the day had a mantra, about what life is like.
Mm-hmm.
Remember they used to say, all this to do is to die and pay taxes. That's all you can do. Live, die, and pay taxes. And they used to, and that's not something I would have recommend to any child that you repeat.
I totally agree. And hey, listen, let's be clear. This is even with my own parents. I'm fortunate enough to still have both my parents. Okay? They weren't perfect. They're not perfect. They gave me what they had. But I'm grown.
Right.
I'm responsible for my soul contract. Now, as parents, if you know you've caused trauma to your babies, I wish for you that you're brave enough to try to correct that.
Yeah.
Acknowledge the trauma that you've caused your babies. Not saying that they gonna forgive you, because that's their right. But I hope and I wish for you that you're brave enough and that you honor your soul contract to try to correct it. At least acknowledge it, apologize, you do better, and you walk forward and you show them that you are doing better. But for those babies, and I'm talking even about us adults, anybody that has suffered through childhood trauma, I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. You deserve to be loved. You deserve to be protected. You deserved to be guided. But let me tell you something, baby. Just because you didn't get it from mama and daddy and whomever, that don't make you a throwaway. That don't make you not deserving of love. You deserve all of that. And guess what? You can go get it. Work through that pain. them traumas. And if you got to go see somebody professionally to do that, baby, to lay on the couch, to do XYZ, you do what you need to do to be healthy for you. And you don't give a damn and you don't apologize for it. You don't have to trap your soul with that trauma. Because mama and daddy may not have been able to give it to you because they were lost. They were lost souls. But you can go get it. That's not excusing them of anything. I'm telling you, you can go get it. You reconcile those pains and those traumas because you don't want to live like that. You don't want to have the rest of your earthly experience trapped by that trauma. When I talk about breaking generational curses, this is what I'm talking about. Because if we can't work through this, you can't create. If we can't work through this, you're essentially passing that same trauma, and probably with some added on to it, to your babies through your bloodline. Okay? You can do it. You're built for this. Okay? All right. So the main symptoms of a lost soul. The lost soul. Thanks, Sis Divinity. She said, and trust you me, it works. The main symptoms of the soul. Oh, before I go on, I ain't going to say that it's going to be, I am. No, it ain't going to be that. It's going to be the opposite. It's going to be, I'm pissed off, I'm mad. It's going to be, I'm hurt to the core of my soul. It's going to be crying. It's going to be all of that. Walk through it. Walk through it. You're worth it. You deserve it. You're honoring your soul contract. And you can never be free. You can never be happy. And if you're not happy, you can't link up with other true and free, happy folks.
Right. You know, I read a book once of a professor who died and had dreams. And he said he saw souls just wandering. And he was in bars. And he was in a bar and he saw souls sitting at the bar waiting for the people who came to the bar to drink so they can taste the liquor that was on there, and they pass out and they run to the soul, to the person that passed out to drink some of the liquor off their lips, because the person who was the lost soul was addicted to alcohol. And they died in that addiction.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and he had a lot of experiences of different type of people, and like say for instance, people who were aggressive. He saw them in a place like that soul thing, and they were fighting. They were just punching at the air, just punching, and that's what their eternity was going to be. Just standing there, just punching the.
Wow. Well, I'm going to... you're breaking up, sis. You're breaking up. We're going to have to wait for you to come back. I just want to say that's why you're always going to hear me talk about the importance of families and healthy families. Because this trauma, childhood trauma, it's real. Okay? That's like that, your childhood soul was damaged. And if we really, really want to keep it all the way real, it changes you. It changes who you are. This is why no one can ever steer me from.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. This is why no one can ever steer me from healthy families. It's more to me than having a mother and father. What difference does it make? If they're damaging each other, they're lost souls raising children, ejecting trauma onto that child. This is serious business. Okay? So sis, you back? You had something else?
Yeah, I was just saying that whatever you create your sole purpose on this life in this time frame, that's what you're going to live in eternity. And that's what he was showing, that whatever you were doing wrong or right, or whatever you want to call it, right or wrong, is where you commit your soul to be. That's what he was saying.
Right.
In that book.
Right. Wow, that's deep. That's deep. Okay, so the main symptoms of a lost soul. The lost soul is a state in which a person is confused about the way they feel, what they think, and what they want. It's a loss in which sadness and anxiety gain strength. A lost soul is one of the concepts most people can sort of understand when they hear about it. Still, it isn't easy to define in its words, and it's a bit ambiguous. Okay, so this is a little psychology-ist, fam, but I wanted to just run this past you all as well, okay? Because this is important stuff. I don't think we talk about healing, working through trauma as much as we should, right? Firstly, because the very idea of a soul is somewhat vague, in religion, it's equivalent to an immaterial substance that inhabits the body. However, in colloquial terms, it refers to one's inner world. Okay. Note that the idea of a lost soul is present in many myths and legends. Generally, it refers to a disembodied spirit, condemned to wander eternally as a result of a loss or due to guilt of an unpaid debt. That's the equivalent in psychological terms in one way or another. Likewise, the concept of a lost soul appears in dissimilar fields such as psychiatry or shamanism, in addition to psychology. Okay, so when I immediately saw this, I said, okay, well, thanks for giving shout out to psychiatry with, stuff that y'all call voodoo and fake shamanism. But so, okay, you mean that stuff that our ancestors and them practice? Oh, okay then. So this is why I also pulled a psychology article to show you how even the basis of psychology is really rooted in soul work. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It has similar meanings in all these areas, although obviously there are also differences.
And he was a psychiatrist. That's probably
boy that you was talking about.
Yeah, he was a psychiatrist.
That's interesting.
He became a psychiatrist after he got in the military and had all those experiences in dying himself. And then he could tell his patients how to die and what it was all about.
Interesting. All right, so the lost soul in psychology. Even though a lost soul doesn't have a specific category within psychology, it's not even a syndrome. it's still one of those concepts many psychologists use for working with models. People whose soul is lost aren't exactly depressed or anxious, strictly speaking. However, they have traits that indicate a lack of connection with themselves. The 4 basic characteristics of lost souls are: they act defensively. In general, these people have deep fears. Remember? Okay. I'm just gonna deep fears, root chakra. Okay. Child, where's this article? See, that's what the hell I get. Now I don't know where the article is, child. Hold on a minute. Now I gotta find the article. That's what I get. Hold on. Let me just real quick. That's what the hell I get. Now I don't know what I did with the article. Do. All right, but I just wanted to show y'all that. All right. Okay, let me bring it back up. I found it. Okay, no more jumping back, Rhonda. All right. So, they act defensively. In general, these people have deep fears, so working in their root chakra. This makes them put up barriers that keep them from even noticing them. The problem is they don't know themselves either, because said fears permeate everything. They're narrow-minded. Lost souls often have unshakable beliefs and ideas. In reality, their values and belief systems are part of their defensive shield, which is why they refuse to reevaluate them. I just talked about this. They make the same mistakes over and over. These types of people find themselves in the same adverse situations time and time again. This is partly the factor that makes them defensive.
They are in their frequency. I think they're comfortable with, and I think they don't want to change because of the frequency they're in. I mean, a lot of people like that. It's like ostrich sticking the head in the sand.
And that's okay. I mean, that's their prerogative. They can do what they want to do.
Comfortable.
And that's fine. All I'm just telling you is you need to take inventory. Was that in your soul contract to wander? So if that's in your soul contract, you gone for it, baby. Okay? We're just going over lost souls. I can't tell somebody why they're doing what they're doing. I can't tell you that. That's for you to find out. That's why it is important for you to work through your fears, which are the traumas. Okay?
But those could be past life traumas, right?
I don't know.
That they still have in their Akashic record, and they don't know what is motivating them to be the way they are, as stubborn as they are, or whatever.
I don't know.
Could be.
I don't
I'm
know.
just saying.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. Possibly. And maybe that's why they recycle back. Because they didn't work through the stuff the first time.
Yeah.
So when I talk about I ain't got it to give, I'm not repeating no low density cycle for nobody. I means that. I means what I say, and I say what I mean.
What
and
I mean.
I govern and walk accordingly. That doesn't mean I'm perfect. I'm far from it. But guess what? I don't have to be. But I have to be honest with myself. And when I make mistakes, when I've wronged someone, I have to go back and correct that to the best that I can. That don't mean that the person gonna forgive me for whatever I did, and that's that person's right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm talking about when I say I don't have it to give. I don't have it to give for the foolishness. Okay? Because I am completing out my soul contract to keep it pushing. Why is this? Didn't nobody tell this to child? Okay, my bad, child. Damn it. Rhonda, that's what I get. Hold on. Listen, Zoom, I'm not with your foolishness. Now, where did this doggone article go? Okay, well, it's just not going to be on Zoom.
I've been kicked out at least 10 times, if not
Okay,
more.
you know what? I'm not going to share no more. Zoom be getting on my nerves with that, though. Shoot.
And it's not my earpiece because I don't have it on.
No, that's not. That's probably raggedy Zoom. Every time I keep jumping from screen to screen, it's messing with you. All right. So these are the 4 things. I just want to go over them again. Okay, these are signs of lost souls, all right? Acting defensively, excuse me. Narrow-minded, making the same mistakes over and over again. They feel uprooted. It's as if they're strangers in their own home. That's one of my songs, too. Stranger in my house. That's the little cut. All right. They're not part of groups of friends, nor do they develop an enormous passion for their work or hobbies they occupy their time in. Okay, so I found it interesting that they use uprooted. So meaning that root chakra is all messed up. Okay? The concept, yeah, Tamia, ain't that Jay Woke? Stranger in my shit cussed him out so nice. I said, well, girl, go on and cuss him out eloquently. That's the cut, though. All right. So, the concept of a lost soul in shamanism. This philosophy doesn't really subscribe to the concept of lost souls, but the loss of the soul. Yes, it's sort of a similar concept, though not identical. The latter is more part of a social anxiety disease. It's often a cultural syndrome. What characteristics the loss of the soul is the feeling of not being yourself or feeling that parts of you are either dormant or completely lost. As a consequence of this, you also lose your energy and vitality. Likewise, you may experience a strong feeling of emptiness and anxiety that almost always accompany by depression and fatigue.
So those are the depressed people all the time.
Yeah. Social anxiety disorder is present in Mexican shamanism. Some of the symptoms of this condition are called feeling blocked, a feeling of being confused or incomplete, a disappointment with your life, perceiving yourself as a stranger, having addictions, a feeling of darkness, withdrawal from others and fear of coming into contact with them, constant tiredness, a thirst for change, but an inability to do so.
Tired.
Coming together. Nobody becomes a lost soul or loses their soul for no good reason. It's so happens that in order to recognize yourself, you initially need someone to recognize you. I don't know all about that. But anyway, someone who can tell you that you're still there. This is what mothers, okay, I'll give y'all that. This is what mothers and other caregivers are supposed to do under normal child development conditions. Okay, so I apologize, article. I was finna talk crap. Okay, unauthorizedness, because you was on point. Do you all understand why?
It's like the father telling the girl, if he has a daughter, that she's daddy's little girl and she's pretty and she's a beautiful girl, and the mother, telling the son that he's going to be a handsome man and grow up really strong. So you enforce their personality, their identities. And a lot of children are not brought up with those kind of enforcements. And so they can't find themselves.
Absolutely.
Because
they've never seen it.
No.
They've never seen it. So let's also talk about like just the mother bond with her child.
Yeah, that's very important.
If that child has not had that bond, far as that nurturing and that loving, because if nobody else don't love you, damn, at a minimum, you would think mama would love you.
You would, huh?
Okay. This is why it's important having healthy families.
Right.
And when you're not setting those conditions for your babies, more than likely, you're instilling traumas in those babies that they grow up into, quote, quote, adulthood. And you're still, and the adults are still dealing with those childhood traumas.
You communicate feelings when the baby's in utero. You don't even have to wait until they're born. They can feel your feelings.
Absolutely. And let's talk about that, sis. Great point. Because if I'm in a toxic situation,
yeah,
and I'm carrying a child and we MFing and SBing each other on a regular so-and-so basis, that child can't even develop in the womb in peace.
No, they can't.
And
they hear you.
So can't even develop in peace because this MFing and SBing, they ain't even made it to the physical world, and already trauma is jumping off.
Exactly.
Okay. So again,
and they come.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
They come out moody and depressed and crying all the time because they feel the vibration is not conducive to their best development.
Absolutely. So again, someone who can tell you that you're still there. This is what mothers and other caregivers are supposed to do under normal child development conditions. Unfortunately, it doesn't always happen. Often mothers just aren't there or simply refuse to recognize you because they can't. Okay, because they may have been dealing with childhood trauma.
Yeah, marital trauma too, or relationship trauma.
Or right, and back that up. Let's back that up. Let's talk about it. Because hear me out.
No problem.
If I stay in a toxic situation, or I just have a situationship Why would I do that to myself? Because that's clearly not in my best interest. Y'all know this microphone just turned off itself. That's clearly not in my best interest.
Wow.
So out the gate, I can't blame it on the toxic relationship. That's just a simple. That's just a not simple. That is just a symptom of a deeper root issue within me.
Right.
Because why would I allow myself to stay in a toxic situation that does not benefit me, which ultimately does not benefit my soul?
More than likely, you're used to it. And
why would I be used to it?
Mimicking a pattern that you learned at some other time in your life.
Sis Nonya just hit it out the park. Some relationship trauma is result of childhood trauma.
Yeah.
Because and I'm just going to use an example. If all I ever seen is MFSB, F you, you ain't shit. Well, you ain't shit either. Fight, 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 fight. Make up, make up, make up. Fuck, 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 fuck. We still together. That's all my babies grow up seeing. Or they just grow up seeing me jumping from one man to the other, or a man jumping from one woman to the other. They've truly never seen love. They truly never seen loyalty. They've truly never seen respect. They've truly never seen nurturing, caretaking, intimacy, passion. If they've never seen that, then they don't know what healthy is. So when they see a toxic situation, they think that shit is love.
And yeah, they're used to it. That's all they know.
This is why I say again, this is about healthy families, healthy individuals. Because healthy individuals, when your spiritual health is there, you don't operate, you don't deal in toxicity for no one. And like I took and told y'all, when I say I'm bougie and I don't dig down in the motherfucking garbage and dirt for nobody, I'm talking on that soul level.
Yep.
I don't give a damn if mama and them did it. I don't give a damn if Papa and Big Mama did it. What I am telling you, if it does not benefit my soul, my best interest, I don't deal with it. For whatever reason, they may not have been able to give it to me. They may have not been able to show it to me. But once I walk through that pain, walk through that trauma, I'm not reliving that experience. That's the generational curse. That shit stops with me now. That's what I'm talking about. And when you know better, you do better. You honor yourself. You honor your soul. And in essence, you are creating the conditions for your babies to be spiritually healthy. You got something to give them. You have something to give them of the ultimate value where they can always succeed. That's what this is about. All right? So, yes, Sis Nonya, it's called being your authentic self. That's exactly what it's called. Right? Unfortunately, okay, so we talking about folks that didn't get this nurturing and these fundamental conditions that's needed. Unfortunately, it doesn't always happen. Often mothers just aren't there or simply refuse to recognize you because they can't. It also happens that you experience confusing and painful situations during your childhood, and then the circumstances are so invasive that they don't leave room for this self-recognition. There are many reasons why a person may put up a wall between themselves and the rest of the world. However, it's mainly to avoid being who they are. Under such conditions, the feelings of strangeness arises together with the feeling of not having anywhere to go or wanting to go somewhere sooner or later. They haven't lost their soul, but are mainly keeping it under wraps as a self-imposed defense mechanism. Okay. So in other words, some people can block their own happiness. Okay? Because they haven't healed those traumas. They haven't worked through that heart chakra, gone down to that root level to reconcile and conquer those fears. So some people, I don't care how good of a person they run across. They could have the perfect person and they'll sabotage it. They don't mean to. But they do. Because it's something within them that they have to heal from. Okay? Starting the path back to yourself is an arduous task, and it's very common for such a desire to not even be there. In any case, you must know you can undertake such a journey and learn to be who you are, okay? Your authentic self. Thanks, sis Nonya, for that. You might need help, but it's definitely doable. Okay, so I think that's the end of this article. Yes. So this is the main symptoms of a lost soul by exploring your mind. All right. So, why has I got this up twice? All right, child, I'm confused right along with your PowerPoint. Okay. So, this astral plane stuff, this spiritual stuff, I keep telling you all, this is the real stuff. This is the real you, your authentic self. And when this ain't right, nothing's right. Ain't no amount of hugging up with somebody, ain't no amount of material things. It's gonna fix it. Okay? Again, you have everything within you to heal. You are deserving of love, to receive it, and to give it. But you have to do the work to get yourself to that point, to get those things, to create those things. Because without it, you're going to be wandering. And not only are you in so much pain, but folks that you come in contact with, you will inflict pain on them.
That's what Brother Scotty said.
And anybody that's healthy they're not signing up for that. They're not staying around for that.
Mm-hmm.
They can't heal you. They can love you, but they can't heal you. And a lot of times they have to love you from a distance, because they're not going to compromise their soul over your trauma. They're not going to trauma bond with you. Trauma bonding is toxicity. It's not love. It's toxicity.
It's like a folks sit
Sorry, go
down and
ahead,
say,
sis.
it's like folks sit down, hey girl, you remember the time that we went in there and we got whipped and we did this and we got, and they just remember and remember all of the bad times of their lives. They never reach out for dreaming to reach past the bad. A lot of people do that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Son Scotty said narcissist versus empath. Yeah, because narcissists love empaths.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now that don't work either. Because narcissists, you have unhealed trauma.
And you take.
Right. And so when I say I don't have it to give, I straight up mean that. So if I got to cut your ass off, that don't mean that I don't love you. But let's be clear. I come first. My spiritual soul health, that comes first. So I'm going to have to catch up with you, boo, when you work through that trauma.
You don't love yourself, you can't love anybody else.
I will not enable you. Because you got to do that soul work on your own.
Mm-hmm.
You got to walk through that pain, do that work to free yourself. Okay? All right. So that's on Wandering Souls. Shoot, we only got 10 more minutes. I'm not going to rush. We'll go into Soul School next week. Maybe I'll use the last little 10 minutes. Let me see. Because I want to go over the positivity, because we went through what lost souls are. So same thing. You see the same thing they're saying. Disconnect from others. Fall back into bad habits repeatedly. You feel you have nowhere left to turn. You're living in the past. Stop bringing up. Stop bringing up. Don't keep bringing up the past. You're living in the past or the future. You don't know who you are. Okay. You feel stuck in life. You disconnect from your intuition. You practice negative self-talk. Now, this frosts my tits. Going on around here from around me with that negativity, baby. Because, see, you're not finna give me a headache and get me to scratching because my nerves is bad. Okay? You engage in unhealthy habits. You don't have any goals. Going on around from me with that too. Okay? All right, so let's get on the positive stuff. Did they do positive? Well, damn, my bad. It said positivity. I don't appreciate it. All right. I guess I would have had to read through it. So I'll read through the positive stuff. You don't have any goals. So this is the positive side. If you're a lost soul, people probably have told you that you have no ambition or drive in life. It's painful to hear this, especially when they can't relate to your feelings. Remember that it's okay to take time for yourself. When you feel this way, the world can wait while you recharge. Okay? But let's be clear. You better get some goals in your life. So in other words, what's your life's purpose? Okay? Unhealthy habits. I mean, we should know that it's natural to search for happiness in external things, but you will always need more of it to feel satisfied. All right. That's why, you hear some people saying that some people just never have enough money. It's never enough for them. If you want everlasting contentment, you will have to search within and block out the phenomenal world for a while. That was kind of messed up. I didn't like that advice, but whatever the case may be, you practice negative self-talk. This frosts my tits. Negative talk. It just gone from around me with that now. Gone. Make sure to practice positive affirmations or meditation regularly, as these have been shown to increase well-being and satisfaction. Please don't give in to the demons. Yeah, that's why I'm going to wait till next week, because I forgot I got something else. Please don't give in. Oh, shoot. I won't be here next week because I literally got to go out of town for a conference. Doggone it. See, I told y'all I've been every day. I'm hustling. But anyhow, every day I'm hustling. All right, Rhonda, stay focused. All right. So please don't give in to the demons in your mind, because they don't paint an accurate picture of your life. Okay. Plus, being lost isn't all bad, because it gives you a chance to find yourself again. All right. So what the rule of thought that I use for negative self-talk, program your way out of it. So every negative thought that you have, you reverse that out with positive immediately when you have that thought, at a minimum 3 times. Keep doing it every time you have negative self-talk. I can't. They won't let me. This always happens to me. ... Okay? That's how you start programming out negative self-talk. Okay? Well, that's a method I use. Okay? Just a method. All right? But first of all, become aware that you're even doing it. Okay? Let me see. Disconnect from your intuition. It's so many people, most of the people walking this particular realm and this experience, they totally shut off their intuition. They totally shut it off. Now, I am going to read this because I see it all the time from people. Our intuition acts like an internal GPS, guiding us through life and helping inform our decisions. Studies show that intuition plays a pivotal role in decision-making process, increasing our confidence and accuracy. Feeling lost means you're out of touch with this higher guidance and somehow need to reconnect with it. Several ways to tune into your inner world include they're going to say meditation, yoga, and other body, mind awareness exercises. Allowing yourself to become the observer behind your thoughts and feelings will teach you to trust this intuitive voice more often. Our intuition comes from the heart, your heart chakra. Okay, remember the heart chakra, that gateway. Okay, to the higher realm. Okay, specifically your third eye. Our intuition comes from the heart, but we have to learn to rely only on logic and reason in our modern world. Okay. And I'm telling you that only relying on logic and reason can somehow be a trap. Okay.
Right.
Because we all have intuition. You know, when your higher self tell you something and you ignore it, and then exactly what your higher self told you, that turns out to be what the case may be. That's why it's important for you to clean up your trauma and start practicing using your intuition so you can trust your intuition. And you'll get better at it. You'll get better at it. You'll get better at trusting, because I know even with me, I'll get confirmation of the intuition that I have. And now that shit coming rapid. It's coming like that. Because I'm paying attention. I'm like, okay, intuition, I heard you. Pretty sure this is accurate. But come on, let's get about 2 more. Because I like to have 3 confirmations. And then I'm like, okay, I know what I knew. I knew what it was out the gate. Okay? So practice it. Okay? You don't have to just rely on what they're calling logic. Your intuition, your higher self always tells you what it is. And women, I'm going to tell you, we the baddest intuition mofos running around on this so-and-so. That's why folks be looking at us like, damn, how they know that? Don't worry about that so-and-so. I know that I know. You ain't getting nothing over on me, baby. That's that intuition. That's that third eye. Okay? Practice it. And you put it in practice by once you get that intuition thought that, dag, I feel such and so gonna happen. Put that question out there. Okay? Give me confirmation. Okay? Whatever number you feel comfortable with. For me, I like 2 additional confirmations. And once you get good at it, that shit comes back to back. I mean, like this. It comes quick. And you like, okay, thank you. Thank you, universe, for carrying that across to me. All right, thanks, higher self. Got it. Got that confirmation. Yep, I'm good. Now use the damn lie. Because of X, Y, Z. And they be like, well, damn, how you know? Don't worry about all that. Okay? Practice it. A lot of people, most people, shut themselves off from their intuition. Okay? Your intuition, that's your higher self. That's your higher self going to the ethers, the air, to pick up those frequencies, those messages. And when you really get good at it, you'll go off realm to get stuff as well. Okay? All right. So don't just rely on what they're calling logic and reason in the modern world. However, this narrow-minded approach, just like they said, logic and reason can only take us so far. Perhaps if we learn to live more through the heart. Okay, so perhaps if we learn to live through the higher realms, okay, so meaning your heart chakra, it's all at peace, it's cleared out. So you can create with your throat chakra, speak stuff into existence, and you can get to that third eye, that intuition, to get you what you need. Perhaps if we learn to live more through the heart, our world would seem softer and more compassionate. This is why they always talk about straight from the heart being associated with love. Okay? By reconnecting to your higher self, you will remember your connection to all life, not just the little self staring at you in the mirror. We're all connected, but we have forgotten our sacred roots. If you feel lost in life, try thinking about how you can extend a helping hand to others, as this will strengthen your intuition. It will also take your mind off your problems and give you a purpose in uplifting others, right? So I definitely wanted to talk about lost souls being disconnected from their intuition, okay? You feeling stuck in life? Just know that if this feeling creeps upon us all at some times, and you're not alone. If you feel stuck, your soul needs a new path to learn a different lesson or gain a new perspective. Life isn't a linear process. It's full of twists and turns and curveballs, but it makes it exciting. Sit back and enjoy the ride and allow your inner voice to guide your path. Okay. All right. Okay. You don't know who you are. I mean, this should be self-explanatory, right? Feeling astray in life can make you question everything, including your own identity. This is why I tell you nobody is allowed to tell me who I am. You're not allowed to tell me that. Those who feel confused or disoriented don't know what they stand for or where they belong and can easily fall into despair. Okay, and I'm going to just add on there, can easily be led to follow. It's painful to feel alone in this world despite billions of people inhabiting the planet with you. However, a lost soul, they're pretty used to the feeling and may find it easier to accept a lack of identity than contemplate their place in life. Okay. So I'm going to say again, this is also how people get stuck with they always got to follow somebody. Okay. In order for me to be rich, I got to follow this person. In order for me to be happy, I have to be laid up with this one and that one. Because if you don't know how to make you happy, if you don't know how to make you in peace, ain't nobody else going to be able to do that. Okay? You're living in the past or the future. After all, you probably have fond memories of your past and enjoy reminiscing about them. It's also fun to imagine the future and all the possibilities it may hold for your life. Absolutely, because if you think about your future, you can also you're also creating it, okay? Those who have trouble finding themselves may identify with the past because it comforts them in a confusing, uncertain world. Okay? All right, so just take inventory of that. Okay? And let me see the other one. You feel there's nowhere left to turn. I'm trying to see if they have any positive in there. Okay, so basically, without passion, not much can be accomplished, including allowing your highest self to run free. Okay? Let me see what else we wanted. Yeah, we talked about this bad habits repeatedly. Okay, and again, I'm telling you, you got some unresolved trauma rooted in fear. Okay, got to work that out. And then disconnection from others we talked about. Okay, so that's just another article. I don't see the positivity. I don't know why I had. Oh, you know what? My bad. That was the name of the website. Shoot, I thought they was giving more positive stuff. So my bad, fam. Okay, so that's that. We're going to stop there because I don't want to rush through the other ones. They're going to be pretty good as well. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
Not really, except for I'm just sitting up here reading the chat. I'm
Yeah, I
having a good
couldn't.
time here.
Yeah, I
And
couldn't read it. I was kind of side eyeing it, but
yeah, there's so many people who have so many great ideas that come on the program and come to the show and write their experiences. And I'm just really interested and happy that you guys participate. Thank you so much. It's you, like I say, you rock. Yeah,
yeah.
a living is getting ready to die, and
Hmm.
you have to figure out how you're going to go into that tomorrow, and be preparing yourself by living positive and giving out positive high vibrations as you walk through. And a lot of people say you dream too much. I said you have to dream to get where you want to go. Because if you walk this life and be in this matrix, they're going to shut your dreams down. They're not going to give you any ethereal um, energy, any ethereal joy. So you have to make your journey the way you want it to be. You got to dream it. You have to create it. You have to have the energy that goes with your different chakras that to get to the knowing of who you are. And a lot of people stay way at that back, that what you call it? The bottom part was always into the anal, or as Freud say, the anal. But on your chakra chart, you have the lower vibrational levels, and this is what this world does. I see it so much on commercials, on ads. People talk it. This is not real. They don't. This is a temporal space that we're living in. Like you say, we're here in a physical body. I mean, a spiritual body having a physical experience. And I hope that our people, I know you guys on this chat, you don't deal with that kind of stuff that we see every day in this world, in this matrix, because they want to bring the soul down. They want you to focus on the temporal and not on the majestic part of going forward in the soul realm that makes you happy. So I enjoy listening to this kind of stuff because I think of my children. I think of other people as my friends and where they're stuck, and they don't want to be unstuck. Some of them, and then some of them, you have to wait until they wake up, and maybe they
Hmm.
won't be waking. They just stay woke. Jay woke. I like that.
Yeah,
Um,
I like that name too.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm understanding where they are as you read that and how they have to do them to get themselves shake or sweep around their own front door because we can't help them. But thank you so much again for the information and how you presented it to us and for those who did the chat. I mean, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
And Brother Scotty and Brother Sean,
Yeah.
peace. Thank
Thank
you.
Thanks, sis. I guess my last words for the fam. This was a difficult one for me to get through. I almost kind of teared up as I was going through that stuff, talking about the trauma and all of that, because
Yes, everybody have
it's
it.
I guess that's the quote empath in me. I didn't even think I was an empath, but I was recently told that I was. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Hmm.
I must be an empath that cuss people out on a regular basis when well deserved. But whatever. But you don't have to be in pain.
No,
You don't have to walk around this realm and have your experience in this realm rooted in trauma.
mm-mm.
You're equipped to resolve that trauma and to truly break those chains free
Yeah,
so you can truly, truly live. You can truly, truly experience true love and truly, truly give true love.
exactly.
to love on yourself, to love on your babies, to build a legacy. When I talk about create the world you want to live in, you can't get to that point if you're rooted, literally, if you're rooted in trauma. You can do it. You're built for it. Okay? Give yourself grace. Okay? Give yourself grace. Forgive yourself, but get to work and start resolving that. You're worth it. You have to know that you're worth it. Okay? So, child, with that said, I am out of here. We're not going to have a show next week. Like I said, I got to go out of town for a conference, and literally conference is starting on Thursday. It's going to be Thursday and Friday. But we will be back the following week. We're going to pick up where we left off. We got another one. It's going to be emotional on the next one also. But I wish that you all are getting some value out of this. Things that you can right now take and apply to your soul. Okay? Things that you can not only apply to yourself, but as you're transforming and freeing yourself, you're ultimately freeing your bloodline as well.
It's truth.
Okay.
Your Akashic record, huh?
So I wish everybody well. Okay. So that's the soft side of me, the MF and the FU. You can go somewhere with that, okay? I'm not the type that's, namaste. If I gotta cuss you out, you gonna get cussed out. But
I'm a namaste.
Yeah, you are. See, Sis Sandra's the, namaste. I'm like, if you need to be cussed out, you got the right one today. Okay, but this is the loving, nurturing side. Okay,
Yeah.
You can do it, fam. I wish everyone love and success. You deserve it. So I want to thank everybody. Thank the family in the chat. I'm sorry I couldn't get to all of reading y'all's comments. I'm glad y'all were putting stuff in there for each other. So go heal, change your inner world, and then go create the world you want to live in. So thanks to Sis Sandra. Love you, sis, for hanging in there as well. So with that said, fam, we are Truth Uncompromised. We won't be here next week. We'll be back the following week. All right. But in the meantime, love yourself, heal yourself, and go create the world you want to live in. We're Truth Uncompromised. We out of here, fam. Love you much.
Have a good one.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Night, fam. You're stuck, baby.